Can y'all hear me okay? Uh-oh, wait. Can y'all hear me okay? No one can hear me? Oh, okay. Is it clear? Is it like loud, low? Okay. How are you ladies doing? Hello, hello. I'm just gonna wait for a few more people to come in and then we'll get started. Hey Celine, what's up, girl? You said, isn't there an adjacent movement? It's this whole movement started in Korea, actually. This is really their thing. They started it from what I understand. Hey Honey Lee, Lovely Bee, um Rasitas. Did I say that right? K Brown, KK. How are y'all? I'm gonna be watching the chat, so just to make sure my audio don't go out or it's not like messing up somehow or whatever. I'm gonna just wait a couple more minutes. But yeah, that the movement started in Korea. So yeah, I'm gonna get into it in just a few minutes. And it's so funny that those damn dogs next door started barking like 5 minutes before I came on here. And if I'm not mistaken, the same thing happened last time. They wasn't barking all day. And then as soon as I like needed to be quiet, they start barking. That's hilarious to me. Let me see. Yeah, Celine, I just saw that. I just watched Abba and Preach video where they were talking about the guy, the Fresh and Fit guy. I don't know. Is it Fit? Which one is the dark skin one? I don't know which one is which, honestly. But the dark skin one. I guess he got some Smex worker pregnant or something, which I find to be hilarious. But ain't it crazy how they do all that talk and then they don't even be living up to whatever reputation they're trying to build. Okay, so there's okay, it's 29 people. Can you guys like the live as you come in, please? And what I'm also gonna do is I'm gonna attempt because this is gonna be my first time doing having people come up on the panel later on, like a little bit into the live. So stick around for that. But if you guys can like the live as you come in, that would be wonderful. Okay. So now I'm not some 4B expert at all. I'm not going to claim that at all. But from what I know about the 4B movement is it started in Korea around the time of the pandemic. So I think like 2019 or something like that. And there were like basically 4 no's. And the proponents basically renounce no having kids, no dating, no smex. I'm going to say smex because I don't want to get booted off, and no marriage. So the 4 no's, basically the reason why it's called 4B, the 4 no's are words in Korean that starts with B. So, and I don't know Korean, so if there's any Korean people in the chat, please don't kill me. But Bihan is a refusal of marriage. B Cholsan, I think. Cholsan, refusal of childbirth. B Yanye, refusal of romance, and B Sexu, refusal of smex. And so a lot of their complaints, from what I understand, is like they feel like they've been treated horribly, being under a patriarchal system. The same stuff here. No paid maternity leave, and just all the things that women complain about here pretty much is what they're talking about over there. But I hear that over there, their SA and assault rates are like super high. And I think femicide over there is high. So I think the reason why people over here want to start in the United States, or y'all may see 4B West. So because we're in the West. So I think it's because they saw it and they're like, hey, we're going through a lot of the same stuff over here. And it's not exactly the same, but it's similar, right? And we're like, shit, we're going through the same shit over here. So, I mean, let's swear off men. Another thing that I noticed is that a lot of us were already for being, right, before there was a word for it. I've been seeing that all over the place. I've been on people's lives these last few weeks and reading comments, watching so many videos and reading so many people's comments. And a lot of women are like, I've been doing this. So glad to know there's a name for it now, right? Pretty much. And I know my last relationship was in 2021. Was it 2021? Yeah, 2021. Wait, no, the beginning of 22. And so I'm like, yeah, technically a lot of us have been doing this already. So I'm gonna go ahead and put some of these up on the screen. But so here, hold on 1 second, guys. I'm gonna try to keep up with the chat as much as I can this time. KK said, do y'all think the 4B movement is gonna catch on in America? I want it to. I actually kind of think it will. There are a lot of pick-me women. So I don't know if the amount of pick-me women matches the amount of women that are not pick-me's. I don't know what the ratio is. I honestly don't know. Sometimes I feel like most women are pick-me's, but I don't know. It seems like a lot more women are waking up. So it's really hard to say, but I think I wanted to. I definitely wanted to catch on. And I mean, have y'all been seeing the videos of the guys talking about the 4B movement is not going to work? It's not going to work. They just been like tripping. I don't know. Okay, wait. Celine said, I'm terrible. I was thinking at the scene, I was a little. Oh, wait, what? Wait, huh? Oh, God, she said fat and funky. Fat and funky podcast. That is hilarious. So, I'll tell y'all pretty much what I think. As far as the guys, the way, so look, over here, we're treated horribly. Childcare is too expensive. They're not doing anything. The system is like almost rigged against women, it seems like. There's no paid leave for pregnancy. You're shamed for having kids, and then you're shamed if you don't have them. It's too expensive to survive and live in general. Women are treated like second-class citizens, right? The internal misogyny of other women, but that's a whole nother topic that actually helps to hold us down even more, right? So there's just a lot going on over here, and it looks really bleak. I will say that, but I think a lot of the guys are scared because we are stronger together. When women get together and have a common goal, we tend to kill that shit. I'm just saying. So we don't even, and here's the thing, we don't need every woman to support the movement or be a part of the movement, right? Only probably less than half will make a difference. It could be like less than 50%, 25%, 30%. I think that will make a huge difference, honestly, because that's a huge chunk of the population. And I'm also seeing that this is global and this is across all cultures, all races, all of that. Like this, there is no like cutoff. And so if you got all these different women from all over the world complaining about the same thing, and we're all kind of like on the same bandwagon, then I don't think, I don't see how it could go wrong. And then if you're not 4B, you could be 2B, right? 2B or 3B, right? So for an example, you may still have romance with a man, but you ain't giving him no babies and you ain't marrying him, right? Or you could, well, I guess that would be it. That would be considered 2B, 3B, right? I don't know. Either way, the point. So here's the thing: it's divided. Half of the women are doing it from what I'm seeing online. They're doing it to see if it's going to enact change in the system and make men act right individually and then collectively as a whole. And then the other half are like, we don't give a damn if the guys change or not. We're done with them because we actually think they're beyond repair. So depending on what side of the token you fall on, the movement could still work. The reason why you're doing it, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, because it does. If you think doing this is going to make men act right, I honestly think it may get a couple of them to start looking at themselves in the mirror. But do I think it's going to be like this big system-wide shift with the males? I don't think so. I actually believe they're going to become more unhinged because of this. And I'll get into that later on. But let's see. I thought something about trans women needing to be a part of 4B. What do y'all think about that? I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if I feel one way or the other. I just never really considered trans people to. I don't know why we would include trans women in the movement. But then at the same token, anybody can be a part of the movement. Anybody can come in and say, oh, I'm swearing off men. But it seems kind of counterproductive as a trans woman. But I can't speak for trans people. So if there's any trans women in the chat, feel free to comment and come up later when I bring people on, because I'm not really understanding. I just want to know what y'all think about that. Let me scroll down. Okay, someone said, I'm for Letitia. I'm for the 4B movement because these men out here is scary as hell. I'm staying single after losing the love of my life. We were together for 10 years. He passed October 30th. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that. My world changed forever. Okay, that makes sense. Frankie says, how is the 4B movement different from feminism? It's just repackaged with a name. I don't know Korea's situation, but that movement is already in America. Feminism was really more so women wanting to be treated equally to men. And it's not to say, but men and women are not equal, because the men love saying that. We're not equal, but we're not equal. And it's like equality as in we are not second-class citizens to you. Like if it wasn't for you passing through the womb and the woman, you wouldn't even be here. So like, how do you think you are above women, right? So you shouldn't make $10,000 extra a year for the same exact job that I'm doing. I'm doing the same job, right? Or don't exclude me from education. Don't exclude me from being able to take care of myself. Don't make laws that will make women oppressed and keep women under their husbands or men, whatever. Just in general, stuff like that. You know, I saw somebody in my comment section when I posted that I was going to do this live, yesterday I think it was. And someone said that we didn't even benefit from the feminism, from feminism as Black people. And I just cringed. I need you guys to understand that the very fact that you can get up and go to work, you're benefiting from feminism. Like, I need you to understand that. I don't know why this is hard for some of y'all, right? You can get up and take that ass to work. You have credit cards. You can buy your own house. You don't need a man to sign off on nothing, right? You can go buy what you want to buy. You can do whatever you want to do. You can go to school. You can go sit your butt in somebody's classroom. And the only reason why you're able to do that is because of feminism. Whether you're Black, white, Chinese, Asian, right? It doesn't matter. Like, if you're in this country or wherever else in the world, right? You are only able to do all the things you do every day because of feminism. So to say we don't benefit from it is like cringe as fuck. I just wanted to point that out. Because really? But I think it's different from 4B, because 4B is like, it's kind of the same, but it's different. 4B is like, I'm done fighting patriarchy. Like, we're not getting anywhere. Y'all don't listen to us. Y'all don't care about how we feel. Y'all don't care about the kids. You don't care about this. You want babies, but y'all don't want to raise the babies, blah, blah, blah. So we're just going to separate ourselves indefinitely from the males. Go somewhere over here and build our own little village, or buy acres of land over here, women only, right? Or whatever, right? It's just, we're just not dealing with you. We're not marrying you. We're not giving you our bodies. We're not having your kids. And from what I understand, the Korean women are actually really radical about this, right? They are shaving their heads, I guess, to appear less attractive to men, not wearing bras, and just a bunch of stuff that I've been hearing. I'm not over there, so I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been hearing and reading online. So they are standing on business. However many people it is. I don't know if it's a small group, a large group, I'm not sure. But everything starts out small and then it typically grows. So we'll see how that pans out. Celine said, I heard, like, if you're over 25 in East Asia, you're a leftover woman. And here's the thing. I've seen a lot of guys talking about that too on the panels, and they say it in a derogatory way. Like, the only women that are complaining about this are women that the men don't want. They're over 25. They ran through. They already had babies, and blah, blah, blah. And that's a problem. Not because any woman is desired by men who only go after children, because a woman who's 19 is an adult, but her clothes, so she's still kind of a kid. And they go after these women because they don't know shit, right? They don't have the life experiences to be able to pick up on their manipulation, their lies, the stuff they're hiding, right? That's a problem if you're wanting to throw away your women at the age of 25. Like, that is pedo city, if you ask me. That's a bunch of men who just want to have relations with children, literal children. Okay, that is what that means. You want to throw your women away at 25. And see, if the Korean women are willing to allow their birth rates to decline to the point where they don't even have a fucking community of people anymore, maybe that's what should happen. Because if all the men collectively think that women are throwaways after 25, I think maybe their population should just go away. And I feel the same way over here. Guys been complaining about, they've been complaining about this whole thing is gonna kill the Black community. It's gonna make humans go extinct and whatever else. And I'm like, that's the whole point. Y'all are gonna, the ones who are the men who are pressed about this are gonna show themselves. Many of them already have, and Mother Nature is gonna find a way to weed those guys out in whatever way they're gonna do it, or she's gonna do it. Something's gonna happen. These men do not deserve to have their genes passed along, period. So get rid of them. I don't care. Maybe they should bring back racial profiling. I don't know. I'm just saying, of the males. I wonder whatever happened to racial profiling and just getting rid of some of these guys with these mindsets. Let's be real. Because you're going to throw your women away at 25, really? We know that has nothing to do with anything other than smex. Because they want to have smex with kids, basically. Because, really? And that's just disgusting in and of itself, in my opinion. She said feminism has nothing to do. I'm a little behind. I'm trying to catch up. Feminism has nothing to do with dating. 4B is closely related to being child-free and celibate. Yeah. Right. That is how they're different. Thanks for just making that so simple, because I literally just hey, cha-cha with ya. What's up? Let me see. Scott said, hi, Scott. Scott said, I think in many ways, American men are worse than Korean men and even more dangerous to women. I'm so glad you said that, Scott, because I was going to bring up that the 4B movement over here in the States, I personally think that we should move in silence. That's what I think. Because it will get dangerous over here. A lot of the men are already unhinged as fuck, right? So I think we should move in silence with this. And while the guys are somewhere sitting around talking about this shit is not going to work, it ain't going to work, fine. Let them believe whatever they want. It's not going to start to really hit the men that it's working. So I feel like for some of them it already is. And the reason why a lot of them are pressed is because they were already having a hard time attracting women beforehand. And now this is just going to make it impossible for them. So that's why they're mad. But I feel like the men will become more and more unhinged, and they may actually, I don't want to put that in the universe, but I feel like things are going to get dangerous for women to the point where I think if you don't have a pew-pew, you need to get a pew-pew, some defense classes, a taser, whatever you can get in your state, whatever you can do to protect yourself. I'll tell you guys what I do. And I said this in my last live. I may have mentioned it briefly. I shop at odd hours. Now, I ain't trying to be out there when it's like super dark or whatever, or anything like that. But when I got to go to Home Depot or somewhere, I typically get up right when they open for several reasons, right? To avoid a crowd, because I can't stand crowded stores, to avoid running into men, and the point is to try to decrease the amount of propositions I get, right? Because nowadays, if you turn a man down, bad things can happen to you just because you turned them down, just because you didn't give them your phone number or whatever. So I try to decrease that as much as possible. And also because the long lines and stuff, and people, kids ramming the back of your ankles with carts and stuff like that. So that's just how I do. And I also don't make eye contact with a lot of men, most men in public. I just don't. I can feel them, like the side of my face is like melting, because I can feel them staring at me, and they want so bad for me to look at them. And I don't. I'm on my phone. I'm like, you gotta be aware of your surroundings, but at the same time, I make it to where I'm not paying them no attention, because I don't want you to think that you have a shot, because you don't. My answer is going to be no 100% of the time. But I try to avoid as much contact with these men as much as possible. And I know all men are not horrible people, but these days you don't know, right? You don't know who's good, who's bad. Sometimes you think you know and you're wrong. Sometimes, you know what I mean? You just don't know. So I agree with Scott that the American men are worse. I feel like they will attack us in the streets, and I feel like it'll get worse. So don't go around talking about, I'm 4B, bitch. Don't do that. I would honestly say, please don't do that. Move in silence. The men, it's going to start. That's where I was going with this. It's going to start to hit the men when they are out at a bar or at a club, and usually there's like 150 chicks up in there. And lately it's been 10 women or 5 women, right? It's like, where, as they always like to say in the Black community, where the hoes at, right? They gonna be tripping like, where are all the women at, right? Or the amount of numbers that guys get a day, because guys, they have like this what do you want to call it? It's like a game to them where they'll go out and they'll say, I'm going to try to get 20 numbers today, right? And normally if they hit on 20 women, they may get, I don't know, I'm being generous, 5 or 6 numbers. Let's say 5 numbers. That's their normal if they're shooting for 20. But then lately it's been 4 numbers, or it's been 2 numbers, or 3, and one day nobody gives them their number. You know what I mean? I feel like that's how it's going to hit them. I think that is when it's going to start. They're going to start to see that this is actually a thing. But I absolutely would advise against letting men know that you're 4B. Maybe unless it's your dad or something. I don't know. But you know what I mean? I wouldn't advertise it just because, your life could literally, these men, some of them are, listen, they are going to lose it. They're already losing it online. And y'all know whatever happens online always seems to trickle over into the real world sooner or later, right? So, how do you say this? Rosita? I've been 4B for years without the label, celibate 8 years, child-free, and haven't dated in a decade, no desire to date. I feel you. I feel you so much. The question is, will women in America truly be able to keep their legs closed and unify? I mean, at least 80%. 80%, no. That I don't see that happening. 80% means pretty much every woman in the States. That's only 20% away. No, I highly doubt that. The pick-me women are going to be the reason why the numbers won't be there. But like I said, we don't need 80% of women to be a part of the movement. We don't. We need about 25, 30%. That's it. That's a lot. That's a lot of million. That's a lot of the population. Like, that's a lot. I actually don't know how many billion people we have in the States. I'm not really sure, but that's a lot of people. Okay. And if just so happen any of those women that are 4B that are in Congress or a part of the people that make the laws, or they're the ones doing some of the hiring in some places, that those women in high positions that happen to be 4B, that could make a world of difference with just 25%. 80 is not going to happen. There's too many pick-me's, and there's too many women who can't take care of themselves, that don't want to take care of themselves. They don't want to look out for themselves. There's a lot of women with medical issues or mental health problems. There are so many different types of people going through different things in the world. 80% is like, that would be great, but no, I don't see that happening. Sister said, oh, it's happening. The pick-me women are not the ones they want, though. And I'm glad you said that, because that's the problem. I feel like on one hand, the pick-me's can save the rest of us. But then at the same time, these men are going to get bored with those women. And they're like, a lot of them are already like bored with their wives and bored with their girlfriends or bored with their baby mamas already. And they come after women like me on a daily. When all of the types of women like us that are, oh, I don't need no man, and blah, blah, blah. They want us bad. Now, they don't want us for the right reasons. I'm not stupid. I know the real reason why they want us. They want us because they want to knock you down a peg. They want to be able to take credit for breaking you, as they like to call it, right? That's why. And they'll stop at nothing. But these pick-me women, they're going to get bored with them. Many of them already are, if you ask me. But and it's not going to keep them away, and that's the crazy part. Celine said, I used to be a pick-me, but I woke up. All that matters is that you woke up, sweetheart. A lot of women, I've been seeing that a lot too. A lot of women say the same thing. Shay Barnes said, nope, exactly. Too many pick-me's. A lot of women do it without even realizing they're a pick-me. Most pick-me's, in my opinion, don't know they're a pick-me. The vast majority of them, to me, don't know. Like if I went into a room of 100 pick-me's, I think like 70% of them, 80% of them don't know they're a pick-me. I really do believe that. It could be higher than that. Maybe none of them think it, but I be seeing pick-me's calling other women pick-me's, and I'm like, girl, you are actually the pick-me, and you don't even realize it. It's funny. My hormones don't agree with the no sex part. Listen, I'm human, so I feel you on that. Okay, and I think even the women who sworn off sex, I mean, if you've been one of those women that wasn't really having a good time and enjoying yourself too much anyway, then it's not really much of a net loss for you, right? But for those of us who did and will and do in the future have a good time, it's hard to let that go. But it's not that hard at the same time. It just depends on your mindset. So for me, I can go years without sex. Doesn't make schmex. Doesn't make a difference to me. But one day, randomly at random, I might wake up and be like, trying to get laid or whatever, and I might hit somebody up. But here's the thing. I'm not having nobody's baby, and I'm not marrying nobody. So at the end of the day, you can have your fun if you want to do that. Maybe you're 3B. So you're not 4B, but you're 3B. And you still would be helping to decrease the birth rate, and you won't be falling into marriage just to turn around and get a divorce within 10 years or less, like most people do, right? You wouldn't be having to go through any of all that. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. But that part, I feel you. And many women feel like that. But you know what we do? What I do, sometimes I just channel that energy into something productive. You use that for something creative. I'll start cleaning the house, right? I'll start doing some yard work. I can't wait till it gets hot outside, so I can start planting my flowers and stuff, right? You just find other stuff to do, have hobbies, have things. And for me personally, the urge goes away after about an hour or less. My mind be too busy, like on whatever project I'm working on, and it just goes away. And sometimes it stays away for the whole month until that certain time, that certain time in the month. That's when you really just be like, right? But you just got to find other shit to do. Or if you have a rose, if you got some other type of devices, have at it, girl. You know what I mean? No judgment over here. Because some of us ain't gonna get too deep into that. But that's all you got to do. Just find constructive or productive things to do. Let's see. Frankie said women don't have to keep their legs closed or unify in the 4B. It is an individual movement. This isn't like a boycott to get things to change. I'm glad you said that, because I feel like the only reason why it became, this is individual. This is absolutely individual. I feel like the only reason why it became a movement is because a bunch of women realized that they were feeling the exact same way. So that's how something becomes a movement. A certain amount of people feel the same way and come together and decide to like share their ideas and like push it forward, right? But I was telling some guys on a panel, I'm like, if the 4B movement like ended tomorrow, let's just say the vast majority of us are still not going to fuck with dudes for real. You know what I mean? We're still not getting married. We still don't want to have kids. So it doesn't matter if it works per se, right? It is an individual thing. And the vast majority of us will still not want to do those things. Whether the 4B movement ended today or went on for the next 100 years, it really doesn't matter. So I'm actually glad you said that, because I've been thinking the same thing like this whole time. I'm behind. I'm trying to catch up on these comments. I feel you. Men have approached me, but none make it to date. Oh, okay. Absolutely. I've had a lot of dates like that in the past. In my 20s, I didn't really date much in my 30s. I had boyfriends throughout my 30s for the most part. And in my 20s, though, most men never made it past the first date, like at all. Like, I'm so glad those days are over. Oh my God. I had a lot of fun in my 20s though. I can't even lie. I had in my 20s when so I'm an 80s baby. For those of you who don't know, I was born in the 80s and 84. And I grew up in the 90s. And during my time when I was dating, you could use guys for food, right? We had the food dudes. We would just go out on dates out of boredom a lot of the times. Sometimes we liked the guys, a lot of the times we didn't, but they would keep on insisting to take us out on a date. So, okay, fine. We'll free Red Lobster. Red Lobster was the shit back then, right? Olive Garden was the shit back then. It ain't nothing now. But back then, that was considered like, and we'd be like, we'll just go and use guys for stuff like that. If you turn a man down, I'm not saying it never happened, but it just wasn't a thing where a guy would just haul off and like punch you in the eye. The worst that they would do is be like, well, fuck you then, bitch. You ain't fine, no way. That was the worst thing, right? And a lot of them didn't even do that. It depends on where you were in the world, right? Or were in the States. But it just wasn't that bad. But nowadays, you literally can't even walk to the gas station, or not walk to the gas station, pull up at the gas station, walk in and walk out without somebody like trying to holler at you and trying to take you out on a date. Actually, these men don't even want to date you anymore. They want to Netflix and chill. We were actually courted. I'm a millennial, so I grew up at the tail end of being courted, where the guys would come out, open your door, pick you up at your house. I would never do that shit now, right? But it wasn't as bad back then as it was now. That was the way. I'm gonna pick you up. I'm gonna call you. We're gonna talk on the phone a few times, see if we like each other, and then we're gonna set a date, agree to a time. I'm gonna come pick you up. I'm gonna open the car door. I'm gonna walk you to you know what I mean? Some guys wanted to meet your dad, or your mom wanted to meet you the same day and all that stuff to see who taking her daughter out. It was so different back then. Now it is absolutely atrocious. And I feel bad for the girls and the boys now, because this shit is ridiculous. But let me see. Is that the one? Oh. Celine said, I like the idea of being married, but the men are kind of incel or jerks. I hate to say all men are like that, but to me, the vast majority of them are like, we were talking about this before. The most single men in the world are married men. So you have to understand, and this is just how I look at it. That's just me, okay? I'm terrified to get married for that exact reason. Now, there's other reasons why I don't want to get married too. There's a lot of reasons why I don't want to get married. But the number one reason is, I don't know if it's the number one reason. I don't want nobody living with me. That's at the top. But also, I know how much married men cheat. I'm just saying. So I always think that men get married for their own convenience. They don't get married for love. So women tend to say, I want to marry for love. I want to find the love of my life, my knight in shining armor. And you're thinking that. And he's thinking, I need a nurse, a bang maid, a cook, somebody to give me a legacy, right? Even though it's supposed to be lineage, but they say legacy. That's what they're looking at. They're going to still cheat most of the time, 9 times out of 10. They're still going to be out on the prowl, right? They just want a woman that's stationary at home, so that when they go out and flirt with all the other single women out there and they're turned down, they ain't tripping, because they know they have a fallback plan, aka the wife. That's typically how that works for a lot of them. So women marry for love, men marry for convenience. Most men are not in love with their wives when they marry them. They're just not. They're marrying them for some purpose that don't have nothing to do with love. So if you feel like you're missing out on something in marriage, I'm gonna bet some money on it that you're not. The only thing you're missing is being cheated on, being humiliated. A lot of wives have gotten unalived by their husbands. When women are unalived, it's typically by a man who said they love them. Usually it's a husband or a boyfriend or a baby daddy. That's who that I'm going to keep saying that, because a lot of women don't even know the bullets that they be dodging. Not dealing with these males. Seriously. The women who get picked oftentimes are the ones that are picked to be humiliated when it's all said and done, and then left to be a single mother and all that stuff. That's just my own personal opinion. I mean, I know a lot of people are going to think that's a very negative take, but I've been around the block a few times and I have seen my share of shit with these males out here. Just watching them, watching how they move. If I was to show y'all my DMs, listen, which I would never do, by the way, unless somebody was trying to, be funny or whatever. But if I was to show y'all my DMs, I'm telling y'all, it's like filled with married men. That's like terrifying to me. So I'm just saying, don't feel like you're missing out on nothing, because most women are gonna end up filing for divorce sooner or later anyways. And your life could literally be ruined financially, spiritually, mentally, all of that, just because you got married to the wrong person. So I would say just think about it. And don't feel like you're missing out on something. And if it's meant to happen for you, it will, But I wouldn't beat myself up or be down about it. Not saying that you said that you were, but Shay Burns said, it's actually not hard to be single and refrain from sex. The options of men out here today are scary and trash. Absolutely. Child Free Jared. Oh, okay. So I'm behind. So this was at 7:15. Okay, I need to catch up. If you still here, hey, girly. She said, hey, y'all, I'm definitely a 2-beer. No marriage or I know that's right, girl. I'm glad you're here. If you're still here, hopefully you are. Let's see here. She said, or he, Lemon. I don't know if that's a man or a woman. There is no problem that I have or can think of that only a man can solve. I agree. Pick me is the majority. I think so too. I hope I'm wrong. Okay, so I'm finna try to scroll down to the bottom, and then I'm finna attempt to bring some people up if they want to. So, let me see if I hit all the points that I wanted to hit. Let's see. Can y'all hear that dog barking? Hold on, y'all. I'm just going through these comments. A man I was dating kept asking me what I was looking for, but he was pushing up on me hard. I think men think we are lonely. They do. Men can't be by themselves, most of them. And so therefore they project that onto us. They don't think we can be by ourselves and be happy. They really don't think so. I mean, they have the most confused look on their faces. They think we're lonely and we're bitter and we just want to go jump off a cliff if we ain't got no man. Like, a lot of them really think that. And they don't understand that a lot of us thrive because they're not around. Like, we thrive when we're not being bogged down by having a man. It wasn't until 1974 that a woman could get a credit card, bank account, buy a car. Absolutely, without a cosigner. That's what I'm telling women. Like, y'all cannot possibly think the feminist movement didn't benefit Black women. And I'm gonna say this. I said this. I think I said this on TikTok. I'm gonna say it again. Anything that happens to white women in this country happens to the rest of us, because they are the umbrella. They're up here socially, right? Because their men are the ones in power. And whatever laws they enact against their women is going to trickle down to the rest of us. Now, the example I used was that if with the AB law, right? The AB Roe versus Wade being overturned. I'm gonna call it AB because I don't know if that word is gonna get me flagged or whatever. With the AB movement, that law, or not the movement, but the law, that law changing made it to where it's illegal to get an AB. Okay. For those of you who don't, this is for those of you who don't think that the declining birth rate affects Black people. I'm going to tell you how it does. It affects everybody in this country, especially. The AB movement or the AB law, it's illegal. And so though they want to increase their birth rates by forcing white tea women to have babies, they're not going to say to a white woman, okay, we want to keep our birth rates up, so you got to have that baby. But then if a Black woman comes in, let's say they were both SA'd, they both come into the clinic and they both want an AB, right? And they're not going to say, oh, we are only trying to keep the birth rates up of the white women. So the white woman can't have an abortion. Oh, but you're a Black woman. Oh, yeah, go ahead and give her the abortion. That's fine. Yeah, she can have it. That's not going to happen. So whatever laws they give them affects us. So the birth rate thing for Black people, I personally don't give a damn about the numbers of Black people going down. I'm sorry. Some of y'all are going to be mad about that. I don't give a shit, right? The Black community is not going to be affected by the 4B movement in the way that people think it is. It could be, but to think that we care about that is comical. I personally don't give a shit, right? I feel like whatever happens, happens. Whatever Mother Nature wants to happen, that's what's going to happen anyways. So there's nothing we can do about it. But what I'm not going to do is have kids just to put them into a system that just wants them to be worker bees and tax slaves. That's what I'm not going to do. So if the birth rate declines for Black people, that's what was going to happen. For those of you who are religious and believe that everything is written or everything was already predetermined by God, it's already whatever's going to happen was already going to happen. If you think I'm going to sit up here and be worried about some shit I ain't got no control over, I think the fuck not. And I don't know why any of y'all are worried about it either. You ain't got no control over it, no way. I mean, I'm just being real about that. I'm not trying to be funny. Okay, let me scroll down. Okay, Frankie said, do you separate feminism from modern feminism? It's overkill at this point. You can't think of any rights women don't have today from men. It's the past. It was necessary, but modern day feminism is ridiculous. I don't know how you can think modern day feminism is ridiculous. How do you think that? Because modern day or back in the day, if women are becoming more and more radical, it's typically because the men are becoming more and more unhinged. The laws are being reversed. We're literally going backwards when we should be moving forward. So if you think women are radical in their feminism, which I consider myself to be kind of a radical, I'm not too radical. Like, I'm not going to cut my hair off and all that stuff, but I'm radical in my mindset, right? If I'm more radical now in 2024 than they were back in the 70s or whatever, or 20s, whenever it was, I don't know when it was, right? Then that's because that's a reflection of what the males are doing to us. Things are getting worse. If you don't, and here's another thing. There's no way you can be a woman and not be a feminist. Like, I don't understand how women are not feminist. Because what you're saying is, I don't care about women's rights. So for you to say modern day feminism is ridiculous, the only reason why we're fighting this hard is because of the way the system is. Males are making this system hard. And pick-me's are too. Pick-me's are basically males and females' bodies. But I mean, let's keep it a stat. Their internalized misogyny it runs deep. So it's women like that, and it's the males that are literally reversing laws to make us go back to where we were when we didn't have rights over our own bodies. There's no such thing as radical feminism being ridiculous. I mean, you have the right to your opinion, but I'm trying to get you to realize that the reason why women are tripping the way we are is because the men are getting worse. So, I mean, do you want to have the right to work? Do you want somebody to tell you when to eat, sleep, and shit, or when to get up and do whatever? Or do you want to be able to have autonomy, right? Do you think it's fair that somebody is getting paid more money than you are and y'all doing the same goddamn job just because he's a man? Like, that's the stuff you got to think about. Everything you're able to do right now is because of feminism. Like, what part of that I don't understand how y'all don't get that. Like, the fact that we're even on this live right now is because of feminism. Seriously. We wouldn't be able to do nothing without our husband's consent. And if y'all think y'all's husbands was going to let y'all go be independent and make money on YouTube and do all this other stuff, they absolutely would not allow you to do it. Many of those women weren't even allowed to go to school to get an education. Women were purposely kept out of all of these high-paying, prestigious job titles. Feminism absolutely needed to happen. And also understand that the only reason why white women started the feminist movement or whatever is because their men are the ones in charge. If it were Asian men who were in charge, Asian women would have started it. If it were black women in charge, black men in charge, black women would have started. There's always going to be a rebel woman in every community that wants to take the chance to make change. So feminism is an umbrella thing for all women and girls, period. Like, you're going to benefit from it if you're able to live your life, literally. If you're able to just get up and live your everyday life just normal. It's because of feminism. I don't know why this is hard for some of y'all. That is just weird to me. But I just want y'all to really kind of think about what that means. She says, shout out to the Korean creators for starting this movement. Absolutely. I think the stripping of reproductive rights, mainstream push of red pill ideology, and heightened violence against women would give 4B a push here. That's why the men are worried. Yeah, of course. The reproductive rights, though, I think that was like the nail in the coffin for a lot of women. Probably for most women. A lot of women probably weren't even thinking about no 4B or none of that. But when they rolled back Roe versus Wade, a lot of women are like, I'm going to get my tubes tied. I'm going to get a hysterectomy. I'm finna go do this. I'm finna go do that. Like, that was the push a lot of women needed. And that's another thing I want to talk about with the reproductive rights. Y'all do know that the vast majority of the women who are going to be unalived with these AB rights, if they keep them, keep ABs, y'all know the word I'm trying to say. If they keep it illegal, the main women that are going to suffer are women who actually wanted to keep their babies. Y'all do know that, right? It's not going to be the women, those of us who would get an abortion. Because I told y'all before, I would hop my ass on the plane and take my ass to Mexico or somewhere or whatever I got to do. I ain't trying to be funny. But I'm not having no kids under no circumstances. I don't give a damn what the laws are. But it's going to be the women who want to keep their babies that are going to be the most affected. The women who plan their babies with their husband, they're on baby number 3 or baby number 4 or whatever. Those are going to be the ones that are affected the most. And I'll tell you how. Women never know, most of the time, they never know if they're going to have a pregnancy complication. They're never going to know. Sometimes you can go through 2, 3 pregnancies, sail through, smooth sailing with no problems. And then that 4th child, that 4th baby, that 4th pregnancy, you could end up with preeclampsia, or it's an ectopic pregnancy or whatever. And while you're living in a red state where they roll back Roe versus Wade, and their laws are, in order for the doctors to perform an AB, they have to go through some kind of like committee type situation or whatever. It has to go across the board for them to see if your situation warrants getting an AB. And while they're somewhere trying to decide, you literally got 4 minutes to live because you're hemorrhaging right now. Like you're literally finna bleed out, right? Or your blood pressure got too high and you're about to stroke out because of some complication with your pregnancy. And instead of the doctors coming right in and rushing right in to save your wife's life or your sister's life or your niece's life or your best friend's life, right? They are waiting to make sure it is legal for them to do so. And these doctors ain't finna put their medical licenses on the line for some strange woman having a baby in the hospital. Most of them ain't finna do that. So they're gonna follow protocol. And meanwhile, you literally got 5 minutes to live, right? I'm being dramatic, but I'm just trying to paint a picture here. And they're not gonna care. Like at the end of the day, they don't actually care about women, right? Anytime you could pass a law like this, you don't give a shit about women. And so a lot of women went and got their tubes tied, or they're trying to get their tubes tied or whatever because of this. That the birth rates are going to keep declining. I don't know what they think is going to happen, but doing all of this after you've given women a taste of freedom for this many years, to think that we're going to fucking go back is asinine. Many of us will do whatever is necessary to not fall into this trap. And those women, y'all's for those of you who voted for this, the conservatives, and I'm not going to make this political. I'm not making my channel political, but I want you to think that just because you would never get an AB, it does not mean it's not going to affect you. It's going to affect you, because the next person that's on that table with an ectopic pregnancy, for an example, and I've had family members who almost died from that, by the way, that could be your wife, that could be your sister, it could be you, right? It could be your best friend, your favorite cousin, your favorite coworker, right? It could be somebody you love. It's going to affect you, even though you're like, well, I'll never get an AB, so that's not my problem. Yes, the fuck it is your problem. Because what is it going to take? Is it going to take for your daughter to end up with preeclampsia or something, or bleed out or whatever, for you to be like, oh, and they couldn't save her because of the laws in your red state, right? Then y'all going to be pissed. This affects everybody. So even if you are against ABs, which you have every right to be, do not vote for other women to not be able to get ABs, because it's going to affect all of us. And I hope you guys see that it starts with one thing and it trickles down and it affects everybody. And if you think that's the only law they're going to come for, y'all are crazy. They're going to keep coming until women don't have any rights anymore. So this affects everybody. And I want women to think twice about it. You don't have to get an AB. If you are against it, fine. Don't you have one? But don't vote against other women, because you don't know who you're hurting. And it could be your own daughter. It could be you. It could be your sister, right? It could be your BFF. And I just don't think people take the time to think about that. And here's another thing too. There are a group of women in this world who admitted that they helped to vote for ABs to be illegal, because, I quote, if we had to suffer the consequences of our actions and have babies, why should those bitches be able to get an AB and escape their responsibility? I've actually heard 2 women say this throughout the years, okay? And since one before Roe versus Wade, and I heard another woman say something similar after Roe versus Wade was overturned. So that lets me know that there are women out there who literally voted for this to be illegal for the sole purposes of being jealous of child-free women. I'm just going to put that out there. There are, I don't know, I'm hoping it's a small sector of women. If they suffered, all the bitches got to suffer. Literally. That exists. So I don't think that's the vast majority of women that voted for that, but you just never know these days. So that's something to think about. Just understand, when you do stuff out of spite like that, you're actually going to end up hurting yourself. So y'all can have as many babies as y'all want. Y'all ain't going to hurt me by having y'all babies. I mean, y'all just hurting yourself. And also, too, in this climate, the fact that I'm going to keep harping on the fact that a lot of y'all's daughters probably won't even have rights over their own bodies by the time they are teenagers or before they become adults. Y'all ain't thinking about this stuff. This climate, if I wanted kids, I absolutely still wouldn't have them just because of the shit that we're in right now. And people, some guy on a panel the other day was like, oh, people been having kids throughout history, through civil wars and World War I, and people was and blah blah blah. And if your ancestors thought the same way, you wouldn't be here. And I'm like, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't give a fuck. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't even not give a fuck because I wouldn't even exist to not give a fuck. Right? They made their decisions, and I'm making mine. I would never have kids in this climate. Absolutely not. We don't even know, like, we don't know what's going to happen. I'm sorry, but I can't live like that. That's just me. Grace said the percentage of the female population is 50.51% compared to 49% of the male population. Tell me we can't make a difference. We absolutely can make a difference. We absolutely can make a difference. I'm glad you put that up there. If there were ever a war between men and women, as a man, I would go to war standing with women. And if I would, I know other men would stand with you as well. That sounds great. You know, we'll believe it when we see it, right? You would have to prove yourself. Oops. What'd I do? Okay. I don't know what I just did. Can y'all still hear me okay? That's the one thing I hate about these Mac computers. They will just like blank the screen out of nowhere. It's annoying. Okay, let me try to scroll down. I'm trying to catch all the comments, but okay. Now, let me read a few more comments, and then I'm gonna put the link in the box, and I'm going to attempt. Don't judge me if I botch this. Hold on. We need more science tests, specifically focused on males and the details of their genetic makeup. Most don't deserve to be reproduced. I don't know if you follow Priscilla Clark, the Queen Maker. She talks a lot about this, and she reads a lot, and she shares a lot of scientific evidence of male nature and psychology of males. And her lives are long. However, they are very informative and usually very entertaining as well, because she's actually funny as shit. So if you don't want to read like science books and you don't really feel like sitting down and reading about this or whatever, I would recommend that you go and just go through her catalog, and her titles are going to reel you in depending on what you're looking for, and you will be amazed. Literally. And she likes to back up her stuff with peer-reviewed articles and journals and things like that. So she don't just come up and just be like, oh, this is this and that. And then she'll do that, but then she'll share her screen and she'll show you some shit. And you will always leave her lives like, wow, I learned something new. I learned a bunch of new things. So they are doing studies on it. They have always done studies on these men and their genetic makeup, but you know, it depends on whose hands they go into. Sometimes a lot of males don't want certain things about their nature put out there. So, I mean, it just depends on what you read. Men here in the U.S. are saying women hit the wall at 30 and are useless. That's why they need to procreate with 20-something women. They want to get you at that age because your frontal lobe has not closed yet, and you don't understand a lot of the real world yet. 9 times out of 10, there's some very mature 20-somethings, but I'm just saying for real, for the most people, for the vast majority, you haven't really had the life experience, most likely. You don't know when men are playing games. You don't know when they're lying. You don't know. That's why they go after women who they feel like haven't been touched and tampered with and that don't know shit. That's why. And then they turn around and try to turn those women, those young girls, against older women like us and say, oh, those old women are just jealous of you. They're jealous because they're old and outdated. And there are some older women who could be jealous of women. So I can't say that that's not true. But mostly it's a manipulative tactic of divide and conquer. That's all that is. They know older women know the game. And a lot of times they don't even bother trying to have babies with certain women or whatever, because they already know women ain't going. So they turn around and go after these young kids, basically. Okay, I'm almost at the bottom, and then I'm going to try to bring some people up. If you're just coming in, please like the live as you come in. Oh, thank you. My coffee got lukewarm now. I need to go warm it up. The real reason they want women under 25 is because at 25 you're front of you. Literally. Thank you, Celine. Literally. I always say your frontal lobe is not closed. It's not fully developed. It's time women began to start our own societies, our own community governments and laws, because everything about this one is about the men. It is about men, but it's not. The 4B, if you're referring to the 4B movement, it's really more so about we're just withdrawing our support, the rallying, the baby making, the being your wife and your protector, being your secretary, working every day of the week, right? We're just done doing that. And so now we're going to come over here and mind our own business. So it's really not about the men. It's about women really just finding their own footing outside of men, right? It's just, if you let all that go and you center yourself, then you know what I mean? You decenter them, but it's to focus on yourself. So that's like the gist of it. That's what I think it is. And it would be great if we started our own societies. I mean, where do we begin? Because sign me up. Yeah, they're more easily manipulated at those ages. Yes. Okay. I'm probably gonna miss some of these. Okay, let me go. Tabitha said, I have only dated twice. The latest meals don't even get. Tabitha, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? That's interesting. Life be lifting? Life be lifing. Said, there is no movement if you're still laying with them. How pathetic. Well, everybody's entitled to their own opinions here, right? Everybody can do what they do. But like somebody said in the very beginning, it really is an individual thing. And it becomes a movement because a lot of women feel the same way, right? But everybody's entitled to their opinion, I guess. Facts don't care about your feelings. I want to start one because the other group chat I was in, the women had hate in their hearts. Okay. She was talking to somebody. Okay, I don't know what y'all talking about. La 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 la. Said I would still date men. I just wouldn't sleep with one or marry one or reproduce. I want to meet my soulmate. There has to be at least one man who doesn't think with his man part. I'm pretty sure there's a few of them out there. I just think they're hard to find. But there's always going to be some women that get lucky. You could absolutely be one of those women, right? I mean, I wouldn't say give up hope, maybe. I don't know. It's all about how you feel. And if you're healed as a woman, you're in a good place. Not saying that you needed to heal because I don't know you, but I'm just saying, like, if you are in a good place with yourself, with just your life in general, I will say you probably will attract certain types of men where you can find your soulmate. But I think a lot of times we have to be right with us. So if you're on that path, good luck to you, and more power to you. Some women do and will get lucky. Seriously, that I do know. I just don't think it's that many. I don't. Of course, no man made it in your 20s. That was your prime of your life. You had an entire world at your feet. I don't know what you're talking about, Frankie. I know I'm a little behind on this too, but I don't know what he's talking about. Men actually really liked women before social media. That's possible. There's some of them I think have had hatred in their heart for women for a long time. It's possible that maybe social media. I don't know if social media can social media make you hate somebody all of a sudden that you loved? I don't know. I will say this: social media is the best thing that's ever happened to women. It may not for men, maybe not y'all, but for women, absolutely. That's why stuff like the 4B movement and all that, that's why these things happen. Because women get to know how men really feel about them, how they really feel about their mothers, how they really feel about their culture, right? Because y'all tell on yourselves. I don't know if Elvira, if that's a guy or not, but I'm just saying. Men tell on themselves. Social media is the best thing that's ever happened to women. I don't care what nobody say. If there's bad things, that's fine. The bad does not outweigh the good in this situation. That's just my own personal opinion. A guy wanted me to drive 40 minutes to his house across the highway for him to visit. For him to visit him, he wouldn't even meet me at a place closer to me. Never drive to a man when y'all first meet, please. I'm not saying you did, but if a man wants you to drive to him, understand that the rest of your relationship is going to go exactly like that. He's testing out to see what he can get away with. If you do that shit, you are setting the foundation for the rest of your relationship, period. If you decide to date that person. It's just like these women. I just saw a video, was it last night, of a woman proposing to a guy. I think it was a TV show or something. It might have been a skit or a TV show. I don't know what it was. But he said no at a restaurant, and she was like trying to whisper to him, like, please don't say no. We can talk, just say yes and we can talk about it later or something like that. And he still said no. And then she like threw a drink on him or some food on him or something. But I cringed so bad. And I sat there after I don't think it was real, but women do this in real life. We all know that. But I remember thinking, like, I didn't even feel bad for her. Because normally, if this would have been some years ago, I probably would have felt bad for her. I didn't even feel bad for her. I just sat there like, I mean, she kind of deserved that. You know what I mean? Y'all have, if for any woman who's thinking about proposing to a man, please don't do that shit. Because just like driving 40 minutes to a man on y'all first date or whatever, it's the same thing. You're taking the man's role in the relationship, and your relationship is going to suck. Literally. But hopefully no woman in here is thinking about proposing to no man. Please don't do that shit. You're going to make yourself look stupid, and that man is going to be emasculated. They might say no to you in front of everybody, or they may say yes, and y'all get married, and he's most likely not going to treat you right. That's just my own personal opinion. Okay? I don't have any proof of this other than I've paid attention to men over the years. Anytime you go out your way to emasculate them, right? And it doesn't end well for you. I'm just saying. I once didn't want to date someone I worked with, and he said his mom tried to make my life hell, all because I didn't want to date her son. She went as far as to tell people a sob story. I think I remember hearing somebody talk about that. Did you tell me about that last time I went live? That sounds familiar. But yeah, these people some of these mothers are atrocious. I'm sorry to say that. Red 37. Okay, we got our first Incel Dusty. Everybody clap it up for Red 37. He said, of course this movement will fail, just like all the others. Women don't have enough discipline to see it through. I'm assuming that's a man. Women don't have enough discipline, or men don't have enough discipline. Because typically, once a woman decides that she is going to do something or isn't going to do something, she will typically succeed. The person who doesn't have discipline is typically, or the species that typically doesn't have discipline are males. And we know this because if you think about the SA or the grape rates, the stories we hear about, who is typically essaying who, right? If the women are like, I'm closing up shop, don't no man got access to me, you ain't getting this, you ain't touching me, blah, blah, blah. The males are going to want to essay that woman and take it. Why? Because y'all are the ones who don't have discipline. Are there some pick-me women that don't have discipline? Absolutely. But women generally, the vast majority of us can go years without having smecks. Y'all are the ones who need that shit. Half the time in y'all's marriages, y'all complain all the time that the wife don't put out as much as she did in the beginning or whatever. She's tired. She has kids to raise. She's doing all the domestic labor. She's doing all this stuff. The sex is smecks is the last thing on her mind. So a woman can go months, years without it. Y'all are the ones who need it. Y'all are the ones that don't have discipline. So you can forget that. Like, that just sounds stupid as hell to me. 30 is prime for most people. I don't know what is. I feel like your prime is whatever you feel like it is. It's individual. But I guess whatever age you are before things start to go down south and things start hurting, your body starts aching, whatever age that was before you start having health ailments, that's your peak. That's my personal opinion. When everything starts, diabetes and all this stuff starts kicking in, high blood pressure, that is when you start declining, in my opinion, if you don't do anything about it. So if that don't start until you're 60, 59 was your peak. Do you know what I mean? That's how I look at it. If it doesn't start, if our peak is 30, and then that means like, dang, how much time we got? Because it's like, I don't know. That's kind of young for that to be a peak, but I feel like it's individual. And there could be some signs behind that I don't know about too, as far as it being 30. I don't know. Maybe it is. Sheila True Love said it best. Marriage is a ball and chain. Sheila True Love is my social media mom, for those of you who don't know that. And yes, I think she said she's been married 3 times, two and a half times, something like that, she said. She would know. These men will wife you, but the women will always end up filing for divorce sooner or later. I don't mind getting married, but I'm not sitting around wishing and praying. That's foolish. Absolutely. I'm with you. I'm with you, girl. Okay, I'm almost at the bottom. If you're just coming in, hit the like. Okay, oh my God, I'm just now getting to Jara's. Okay. He said, yeah, I'm still here. Hopefully you are. Now it's 8:22. Okay. This is what I'm going to do now. Oh, wait, where is it? I'm going to open this up. Hang on one second, y'all. Oops. Okay, hold on. My sperm donor abandoned us, but who's surprised? And my mom is a male identified Christian. So, but we are here now, taking back our power and making the future safer for Black girls. That is from I Love Us, American Black Women and Girls. I actually like that. And I like your profile picture too. And I agree. Finding a respectable man who is also asexual is damn near impossible. You will be 80 years old before you find him. I think I'm going to have to agree with that, unfortunately. Okay, let me scroll down some more because I thought I was at the bottom, but I realized I'm not. Oh my God. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get through all of these, but I was definitely going to try like I did last time. Just because the birth rate in certain countries is low doesn't mean that we owe the world babies. Absolutely. I don't know how some of y'all even care about that. Like, there's no way I can I can't even fathom caring about something like that. It's like that is not your responsibility to populate the earth. And I know a lot of y'all believe that because of y'all's religion or whatever y'all were told, but like, listen, you doing that, you're gonna think you have to populate the earth. You're gonna have babies. Most people are gonna struggle, literally struggle. Okay, financially, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, whatever, right? And then you're not gonna get much of a reward from that. Hopefully, if your child turns out to be somebody great, then you'll get some kind of reward from that. But other than that, like, you don't get a gold star. I mean, you just introduced more struggle in your life. I'm sorry, but that's it. Priscilla also suggests that there are too many males being born. Absolutely. And like I said before on the last live, if I wanted kids, I absolutely would not have a boy. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. I'm sorry. But I just once I went in there and got that genetic testing at like 8 weeks or whatever it is, I gotta read into that again because I forgot what exactly, like 8 or 9 weeks or 6 weeks or something. I can't remember. And it said that there's a Y chromosome somewhere in that mixture. It's gone. Okay. Because I feel like, and this is not because I hate men either, because I don't hate men. It's because I will be adding to patriarchy. I'll be literally adding to the problem. And that's just my own personal opinion. I can't tell nobody else what to do. But I feel like I would be adding to the problem because a lot of women think that they are going to somehow create better sons or whatever else. And for hundreds of years, we've been getting the same top 5 type of guys out here, and the vast majority of them are not different from the others. Just my own personal opinion. And I think I would just be adding to the problem, but that's just me. I can't tell nobody else how to feel, but I do notice about other people that that's typically the story that they're going to end up with as well. Just my personal opinion. Okay, let me try this. Every time I think I'm at the bottom, I am just not at the bottom. Oh my God. Okay, I think I did that wrong because it didn't highlight. No, where did it go? Y'all. Okay, hang on one second, y'all. Let me see something. Oh, that's why. Why can't I paste that? So I'm trying to put the link in the box, and it's not linking. So hang on one second, y'all. /6. Okay. Mm. Oh, that's why. Mm. I know there's got to be an easier way to do this, but I just haven't. I haven't figured it out yet. So bear with me. Hopefully, next time I do this, I don't know. I tried to copy and paste the link into the box, but I didn't have the paste option. I don't know why I wouldn't do it. Okay, so let's try this. Oh my god, it's still not doing it. No. Now, when I was doing this as a practice, I was able to put the link in the box and then it highlighted. And so maybe I'm typing it wrong. So let me look again. Hold on. Um, F, F, yeah. That sucks. Hey, Burb. How you doing? Maybe you can help me out because I'm trying to. Okay, she said copy and paste it from the file. Do the same thing you would do as if. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. So when I click on it, um, oh, what did you? When I click on it, I click copy, and then I try to go back and paste it, and then it won't highlight for me to paste it. Okay, let me bring you up. Hold on. What's up, girl?
Girl, I was not trying to go live with you. I saw this button. I'm like, did you really
Oh,
put your StreamYard thing in the chat box? Was that what you were trying to do?
yeah.
Oh,
Because I thought
were-
I thought if I put it in there and it highlighted in blue that they could click on it and I could bring people up.
that brings people to like the studio. You don't want
Right.
people in your studio, do you?
Okay. See, that's what I was saying. I'm like, this is my first time trying to do that. So maybe that's why it didn't work. I don't know. I'm trying to
Oh,
bring people in.
you're trying to bring people to your live, like the
Yes.
general public. Okay. So the link when you're doing your StreamYard,
Yeah.
you get two links. Uh, you want me to go? Okay, so my daughter is kicking me out of this room.
Okay.
Okay, because
She's
I'm
so
too
cute.
loud.
Okay.
Okay.
She said, get
So
out.
you
She told
get
you to get
two
out.
you get two links. One says invite guests, and one
Yep.
is the link. There's another link that's like share the live or something like that. Do you look
Okay,
again?
so I see invite. I click that.
The invite is what you are using to send the link to somebody else. Like if
Okay.
you
So
wanted
that's not the
to
right
bring
one.
someone up into the studio with you.
Okay. So are you
So
technically in the studio with me right now?
I am in the studio with you. People
Okay.
in your people in your chat are probably seeing me talk to you right now.
Right. That's what I wanted. I wanted for people to come up and like kind of tell me what they thought. Um
Okay. So I'm going to drop off. If you want people to be able to come in, then click that link there. I didn't do anything except click the link that you provided in the YouTube chat.
okay. So did it highlight so you was able to click on it?
That's how I got here.
Oh, that's what I'm wondering. So from my end, it doesn't look like it
What?
highlighted.
You didn't.
Uh-oh, you break. You froze. You froze up. Uh-oh. You want me to drop you and bring you back? Okay. I'm gonna drop you and see if you can come back. Okay, let's see. Wait, who is this person? Okay. Okay, you froze. So
So
what were you saying?
I was saying, yes, you put that there because, like, when I sent you a link, I
Hmm.
sent it directly to you to your text message.
Right. I didn't know how I was
So
gonna be able to do that for the people in the chat box. There was no way for me to do that. So that's why.
so you did it. So now you can see if you're going to be able to get anybody else to come up there and talk to you, which is
So
pretty cool that you did that.
okay, so that's not a bad thing because you said, do you want people in your
I
studio?
I would, I mean, I've never brought people up outside of the people that I like invited specifically to
Right.
invite them.
I
But
this is my first time too, but I do you follow Themis?
hmm,
Um Themis and Thought. Like I follow certain people that has done this, and so I was like, let me try to do that. So that's what I was trying to do was like they'll have people come up. I'm assuming that they are you froze again? Damn it. Assuming that they are using StreamYard, because I know a few people do use StreamYard.
yeah,
Um
I use StreamYard and I'm not in a good place. That's the reason why I keep freezing.
okay.
So I'm going to drop off.
Okay.
I didn't know that I was clicking to come to your stage, but I do want to let
Okay.
everybody know. I want to let everybody
I
know
am
that
so sorry.
I'm gonna go live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. So if
Okay.
people want to come, I'm gonna be talking to Supreme from the West 4B movement on my live tomorrow.
Oh, who is that? Somebody on TikTok?
The lady the lady that started the West 4B movement.
Oh, see, I never knew who started it. I never knew who started it.
Her name is Supreme, and she's going to be my guest tomorrow morning on
Mhm.
live at 9 a.m.
Okay. I will be
So,
tuning in.
um, I good luck. I'm going to check you out in the chat. I'm about to get on the treadmill. That's why I was in the room near where my kids were, despite the
Okay,
fact
cool.
that you heard my daughter kick me out.
Yeah, she's so cute.
I'm a,
Okay.
I'm
I'm
gonna go
glad you
back
came up.
now.
Thank you for that.
All
I
right,
appreciate it. Okay. Bye.
everybody. Good night.
Everybody say bye to Burb. Okay. Who is this person?
Oh, hello.
Oh, hey.
Hey, how are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm
What should I
good.
call you? Good.
Huh?
I said, what should I call you? I don't see a name or anything.
I know I want to stay anonymous because
Oh, okay. That's perfect. Perfectly fine.
so she mentioned Supreme. I was actually in Supreme's group chat. Um because Supreme has a group chat for the 4B movement for the 4B girls, but I couldn't stay in it because I feel like a lot of the girls they have a lot of hate within them. Like it's like they want to
Okay.
use pitchforks in protests. So I think
Really?
it's
Wait. What were some of the stuff they were saying?
I don't want to be messy. I don't want to
Oh,
be messy
okay.
because
You ain't gotta say no names or nothing.
I started to speak up in the chat and Supreme didn't like that, so she booted me out of the chat. So I was just
Wait,
like, I don't like the fact that you guys seem like you want to like be marching with pitchforks. I can't be a part of that, but I'm just gonna stay away from men indefinitely.
marching with pitchforks for the 4B movement or against it?
No, they're for it, but when I say pitchforks, it's like they hate men, like hate men. Like I
Got you.
don't hate them. I don't hate
Okay.
them.
Okay, got
Yeah,
you. Yeah, I don't think I would. I probably could have listened in for a little bit, but yeah, that's a little too extreme.
that's
But here's
extreme.
the thing. I understand women that hate men, but at the same time, the pitchfork thing is funny to me. You just made me think of this guy I follow on TikTok. Um, I can't think of his name right now for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
The white guy, he's pretty young, and he got his page taken because he went in on Nicki Minaj about a month or so ago. I
Mm-hmm.
cannot think of his name right now, but he did like a rant Oh, can you turn your back? I mean, can you turn your thing down in the background? I hear an echo.
Oh, you do? Hold on.
Yeah. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. It's my AC vent. I can't really do anything
Oh no,
about
I
that.
think it's better now. I don't. Wait, no, I can still hear it. It's fine.
I'll mute my mic when you talk.
Okay, but I wasn't saying nothing important. I was just thinking about a rant that he did, and he was talking about ain't nobody coming after y'all passport bros. Mad that y'all messing with fat chicks or single moms or something. He said with pitchforks. Nobody is coming at you in Walmart with pitchforks. So anytime I hear somebody talk about pitchforks, I just think of him and I just die laughing. He did like a whole rant going in on like the passport bros like last year sometime, and it's been living rent free in my head this whole time. So
Dead. But
anytime
yeah, like
pitchforks, I just associated with that. So what are your thoughts on the 4B movement? Like, what do you think?
I'm all for it. Like, I literally watched Princella, like I binge watched Princella's videos, and she's spot on. Like, she knows what she's talking about. These men cannot truly love women. I know some women might be butthurt by that, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, like everything Princella's been saying that I've been listening, very spot on. I was butthurt at first while I was listening to her at first because I didn't want to believe it, but you know, you can only ignore the truth for so long, you know?
That's so true.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about her content, when you watch it, certain things just stick in your mind for whatever reason, certain talking points or whatever. And you go out in the world and you literally see this shit in real time, like without even looking for it, without thinking about it. And I was thinking about this panel I was on yesterday. I can't think of the guy's name because on TikTok, sometimes I just scroll and I'll click on a live and just listen in. And the guys in the chat, like they all say the same shit, same talking points. They all end up yelling at women and going in on women. They'll try to start off like they're a nice guy, whatever else. And just like she had all those guys on the panel, and like before, like last year, she would always have guys on the panel, and they would all come and literally act the exact same way. And you see it in real life, in real time, like
right.
Like, wow, these men really don't love their wives. Wow, these men really don't love their kids. Wow, these men really are incapable of love. Like literally.
I believe men can care for women. I believe they can truly care with all their heart. But when I mean truly love, instead of women, you know, getting upset when they hear that, they should start asking questions, like critical thinking, like, what does she mean by that? You know, like try to dig deeper on why, you know, Princella or other people think that men are not capable of love. It's the same way I'm not capable of singing very well. That doesn't mean I'm a bad person, you know? So
I don't
think
think
they
it's
get
their
that.
fault. I don't think it's their fault that they're like that. I think their
It's
biology is, you know, I've always kind of thought about like the Y chromosome is like missing that link.
Yeah.
That would make it an X, but it's a Y. And that whole link to me is like empathy, love, concern. It's like they're missing. And I'm not saying all of them, but I do think it's in the 90 percentile. That's my own personal opinion. That's just what I can't back that up with any science or nothing. But when I look around, I'm like, it seems like it's really high. You know,
it's not their fault. They didn't ask to be born like that, you know? So
I do think a lot of how they are socialized in society exacerbates that. Because see, your biology is one thing, but then if you are brought up in a world where it's like men are the rulers, men are more important than women, and they're beneath you, and you know, and you create this false patriarchy, it just makes it worse. It just makes it worse.
True.
And so yeah, that's what I think. So I don't hate them per se, but any woman who says they hate men, I'm not mad at you. I understand, and because women don't just wake up randomly out of nowhere and be like, I just hate men for no reason. Like that. That's not how it works.
Here's my take on the hate part, right?
Yeah,
I believe hate can eat you up after a certain amount of time, right?
definitely.
I don't think that it's okay to hold hate for men because it's not doing them justice. Even though, I understand where the hate is coming from, but don't let it, dwell inside of you for too long. Like, you have to let it go at one point.
Right, right.
Yeah.
I agree.
But that's it.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up.
You're welcome.
Yeah, come back anytime.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna bring in. Oops. Reigns control. How are you?
Hey man, how are you? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Is this what we're doing here, right?
Yeah, I hear my echo. Is that me? Oh, that's me. I hear my echo in
What
your
you
background.
echoing?
I'm echoing.
Am I echoing?
I think I'm hearing it. I can hear myself talking to you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
You can hear me, right?
I can hear my echo when I say something to you.
Nah. So basically, I've been meaning to ask you actually, what is the reason for why you are so fixated on the fact that women should not give birth to a child?
I'm not actually. Okay, I'm still echoing. That's gonna drive me crazy. Are you Hold on, let me see something. Okay. Okay, so I got you on mute while I'm talking, and then you can take yourself off when you're ready to, because now I don't hear the echo. So that's what I'm gonna do. I don't know how this works. So here's the thing. I'm personally not fixated on it. I'm looking because I don't care what women do. If a woman want to have a kid, 10 kids, 50 kids, a woman can do whatever the hell she wants. But I think that it's just my own personal opinion that having kids, especially right now, is just not it. That's just my own personal opinion, because I'm looking into the future and I'm looking at what's happening right now as well. And it just my own personal opinion. The future looks bleak, especially for young girls. If y'all are going to have daughters, and if you're going to have sons and they hypothetically don't have dads in their lives, I mean, they're going to turn out much like the men that we don't want right now. And so the cycle is just going to continue. It's going to just be this circular cycle that doesn't get better. But if you think I'm laying awake at night like, oh, the women shouldn't have kids, oh my God, I'm absolutely not doing that. I don't give a shit. I'm not having no kids. I know I'm not having none, and that's really all I care about. But I just want women to like really think about both sides, because society paints a picture that motherhood is just this wonderful, beautiful experience. And then meanwhile, you got what you call Reddit threads and shit on TikTok of all these mothers saying they regret motherhood. So if you go into it with this one-sided view, you're probably going to have a hard time. I'm just saying. But if you got both sides of it, you know all the things you got to sacrifice, all the things you got to give up. If you have a baby in the Black community, you 9 times out of 10 are going to be a single mother. I hate to say that. That sucks. I don't like saying that. But we all know how true that is, right? So you got to take into account, don't have more kids than you can afford on your own, in case that man leaves you or dies or whatever, right? If he said he want 5 kids and you only want 2, have 2. Like, that's it. These babies are coming out the women. The women are typically going to be the ones that are going to be stuck raising those kids. If y'all men in general just wake up one day and say, now I want to go fuck with Linda at my job, right? The women are going to be the ones stuck. So I just want women to think about all the avenues in which she's going to be a mother and how it can easily turn into her being a single mother. And on top of that, in this political climate that we're in, with women losing their rights, that's going to affect your daughters, right? Just think about all of that before you have kids. That's all I'm saying. Because a lot of women are going to have kids if they want kids. Ain't nobody changing no woman's mind about if she want to have kids or not. That's not what I'm trying to do. I just want women to look at both sides. But you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Or can I unmute you? Okay, I'll unmute you. Hold on.
Me.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah,
You
now I
hear me?
can. Now I can.
Yeah, so yeah, that's very true. Okay, that we have to take in precaution about how you would have a child as such. But a lot of the time you can, because when you're at the bottom of the pile and you just coming into dating, you have that side of reality where you don't want your partner to go through any kind of trauma like that. You know, the whole world collapses when you feel, say, that the female may have to go through pregnancy. But then if you see after pregnancy, because it's not just pregnancy in a way, you got the bills and you got to pay for shit. So of course, the aftermath of the experience will tell you, like almost like when you come across new information and you reteach yourself by trying to understand the universe, right? Like you will have the fact that new information will tell you you got to be more careful when you have a child. Do you know what I'm trying to say? But when you, what you say?
I think I understand.
And just to compliment what you're saying, right? Just to compliment what you're saying.
Yeah.
And then you also have, like, when you get new information about where, you know, you're wanting in a relationship with somebody, okay, and you're trying to professionally, you know, do the Hunger Game of that, right? And it's almost like the opposing energies of male and female are now being targeted. Okay, so even to the essence that you are professionally being in love with your partner, so that brings the dissension into where people then get pregnant again, even though they've taught themselves not to spend time in that, giving the floor to that kind of reality. So what I would want to say is, the question I'd like to know is, let's say two people are having the birds and bees, okay? Like, what does that say about a male that experiences the dissension in the early beginnings of life?
Okay. I'm confused. Okay. Oh.
Do you want me to explain?
No, I want what's your point? Like, what are you saying? What is your
No, because I don't disagree that women who don't want babies should have babies. Women that don't want babies should not have babies. But from a male perspective, right, which I am, what do you say about a male that has to deal with this in his early beginnings? Just knowing that.
Male dealing with what is a woman having a baby or not having one has to do with a man in general, if it's not her husband. And even then, I have an opinion on that too. But let's just say if it's not her husband, why does a man care about what a woman has to do? Like, that's a woman's getting pregnant and carrying a baby to term. That's a woman's problem. So I'm just trying to figure out why a man would ever feel like he needs to be included in that.
See, because what I think it is about intelligence. But as I'm aware to know that a child comes from both the male and female, right? From the DNA processes.
DNA.
So of course it has a lot. Say again?
I said DNA wise, yeah.
But a lot of the time, it's almost like the oppression, the opposement of a female who doesn't want to have children. Okay, is there a level of being fair to the man, or are you going to be toxic about that?
Fair to like, okay. Let me ask you.
Because I'm not going to argue any point. I'm just going to say, you know, you're right, and I'm going to leave off this show because it's a show. But go on.
Okay. So
break it down to me.
I'm child free. I don't want. There's nothing about changing my mind about having. because I'm child free. If you're married, you decide. Let me mute you for a second. If you're married and you decide to talk about this with your wife, then that's between y'all. But if a woman says she doesn't want kids, that is nobody's problem. It's just her decision and that's it. Like, that doesn't have nothing to do with anybody. If half the population of women said, we're done, we're not having no more kids, there's nothing men can do about it. Like, what? It's not your problem anyway. Y'all don't carry babies, you don't birth them, and you're typically not the ones that get stuck raising them when the other parent dips out. So this is not even a man's issue. If, like, I don't understand how you're inserting yourself if this is not your wife you're talking about.
Right, and this is back to the same, like, my point of view. Like, then would you say it's fair to say that if a woman was experiencing this level of curiosity about whether she's going to give birth or not give birth, right? Would it be the essence of her intelligence that made that reality? Or is she just going to lay down and just go with her partner and let the tractor just fold on her? Because that's how a baby would emerge, right?
I think an intelligent woman will do what she feels is best for her.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
But child-free women in particular who actively choose to be child-free, very intelligent. That's a very intellectual decision to make, especially in a world like this.
Yeah, for real. It's chaotic, I know. Well, that's all I wanted to say, really, man. Thanks for inviting me on the show. All the best, man.
Okay, thank you.
All right, peace, man. Peace.
Daughter of the King of Kings, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that very much. Okay, she said, the males only want the ability to oppress women with their kids. Disgusting. Women need to abstain. Take your part back. I was going to get into that with him, but I just chose not to because half of what he was saying, I'm like, I kind of understand it. I don't know if he's agreeing with me, if he's not agreeing. I'm just like, is there anybody else that want to come up and share your thoughts on the 4B movement or just talk about whatever? I'm not going to be on here for 6 hours like I was last time. I'm like 2, maybe 3 tops. I'm not doing 6. So, but if anybody wants to come up, I don't know where. Let me see if I can find that link. That's so funny because when I put the link, when I typed it in, because I usually know how to cut and paste, but for whatever reason, I just couldn't. And I didn't even think it went through. And that's funny that they were able to come up with that. So I think I'm gonna have to type it again, but I don't even know what I did with that sticky note. Y'all. Oh, because I do not know what I just did. I'm sitting here this whole time and I'm like, what the hell did I just do? Oh, here it is. Let me try it one more time. I was gonna say that to that guy because I'm like, a lot of guys actually get women pregnant just to trap them. So, and it's not that they're gonna do right by you, and they're not doing it to keep you in their lives, to love you and protect you. They're doing it for their own selfish reasons, which is to handicap your life. Period. The vast majority of them, that's why they're doing it. So, I was gonna get into that with him, but I didn't want to because half of what he was saying, I'm like, it wasn't clear. I couldn't have been the only one. But I think he agreed with me. So I guess at the end, he's like, do you think that's a intellectual decision? That's what I got from it. And I'm saying, I think it is. Oh my God, it's did it again. Can y'all see the link in the chat box? And is it highlighted? Because maybe I don't see it highlighted on my end. I just put it. It's like the last 2, the second before the. Okay, now it's the third before the last comment that I just put in. Can y'all see that? And are y'all able to click on it? Because on my end, it's not even highlighted. It's highlighted. Okay, I got two people. So I'm gonna go to Stephanie first. Hey, how you doing?
I'm okay. I was listening to you live, and the problem I have with the Black women doing this is if we're trying to get Black women to understand our future, you can't do that including men. I'm just sorry. You can't. I have been watching
Wait,
for a couple,
including or excluding them?
including, like in the chats, in the movements. You can't have that. Like I've been watching that, what is it, the West 4B? Now,
Mhm.
that person didn't start that. And we need to give credit to the Korean women because there have been women in my sector and myself who have been talking about this since 2016.
Mhm.
Because this came out of a book that started in Korea, then turned into a movement in 2019. But the point
Right.
is, we I'm almost 60 years old, right? So I've lived through the time of seeing Black women when they had no rights. They could not have bank accounts or have jobs that were full time unless they got permission from their father or their husband.
Mhm.
Black women really do not understand the gravity of these things because I guess for those that are not old enough, they've never seen it in their lifetime. But what's coming, young women, is if you do not stand together collectively. And this is not about relationships with Black males because you always going to have women that are going to want to have relationships with Black males, even though they are killing Black women
Mhm.
every day, every 4 to 5 hours of the day, with over 200,000 Black women and girls already taken out of this world because of these very males that y'all, not you in particular, just collectively talking,
Yeah.
being with. And they just don't understand what's coming down the line. You like your freedom today. You like to wake up, plan your day, go about your day and not worry about anything. Would you like to wake up one day and not be able to go outside or do anything you want unless you actually got permission to do it? That is what Black
Absolutely.
women went through until 1974. I can remember my
Mhm.
grandmother. This is in 1970, like 76. She had just got a bank account, right? She had worked part-time because they only would allow Black women to work part-time in New York City. That's where I'm from, right? So she
Mhm.
was working as a meter maid, and she was not able to cash her own paycheck. It had to go to my grandfather, and then he would allot her own money that she worked hard for to her like she was a child. That was the rules of the state and the rules of employment at the time. This is what I don't think women born today or 20 something, 30 something understand. Like, this is not a joke. It's like this country is trying to take Black women and women. Well, I'm only concerned with Black women, but take us
Mhm.
back to the property stage where
Mhm.
we're not we they don't even see us now anyway as human beings. But it's like they're trying to literally legally take us back to being property. I mean, I hear the chatter about on these lives just talking about the relationship part and the ban we know that they want to take nationwide, which is why when it's time to go vote, Black women, you get rid of all of these Republicans in office. I don't
Mhm.
care if you don't like the Democrats. Get rid of everybody that is trying to take your rights away from you, which is that party. Do y'all know that they're trying to come after our rights? They're trying to kill the 1965 Voters' Rights Bill. Do y'all know that? With all that redlining that went on this year and all those lawsuits where they redistrict Black people in
Mhm.
4 states, they're trying to take away. You got to remember how it goes, y'all. Males had the right to vote before Black women. It took us almost 100 years to get the right to vote after they already had the right to vote. And
Yeah.
y'all, excuse me, I'm a little emotional because I can't stand, like, they don't understand what's going on because we don't want to know our own history. The majority of us don't even like who we are. We're not comfortable in our own skin, and we're always looking for like a woman savior. Like, I heard y'all
Mhm.
talking about this woman that y'all talk about a lot, this Queen Princella chick, right? This
Mhm.
woman in her past,
Oh, wait, you break.
this
Hold
is
on, you
not a
break.
woman y'all should be. Can you hear me now?
Okay,
It's too
yes.
many
Okay, say
people
what you
that's followed. I was saying there's too many people that we follow blindly that are not really people we should be following. And we shouldn't be doing that anyway. We should be following the
what do you think
facts.
exactly? What do you think exactly is wrong with Princella? Can you hear me?
It's her whole history, man. It's the history of how she was one of those black women that was basically just like one of those people that was hanging around with that Nature Boy dude. If you go to Nyla's channel, she has all the old videos of her. But that's not the point. The point is that it has nothing to do with following. It's like understanding what is actually the truth of who a person is and what they're doing. So this is my point. Stick to the facts. You don't need anybody to tell you what you see in everyday real life. We got mothers, grandmothers, aunts, cousins, etc., who have been dogged out by these very same dudes since the time they let us up off the plantation, and had to put laws on the books to make these dudes accountable to the black women they impregnated and the children they were having. You could go research this. This is a matter of fact. And then
I got a question for you.
Yes.
So, given Princella's history,
I don't care about her.
Okay,
go ahead.
I'm it's clear you don't care about her. That's fine. You don't have to. But given her history that she has put out there herself, of how she used to be a pick me and pro black or whatever, how is that terrible that she was lost? Is it so terrible that she was once lost and now she found the light? Is that so terrible?
Nah, that's a game. That's a game all these content creators run on YouTube. If you've been on here, not even been on here long enough, but if you've just watched it as long as half of them have been on here, the majority of them have been on here like a decade, going into 2 decades, right? For whatever reason they're on here. And everyone has gone through the same spiel. Oh, you got to forgive me. People change. I was like this. Now I'm like that. It's not.
Do you not believe people change? Like nobody changed.
It has nothing to do with that. That is when you're dealing with YouTube, it's not about what people really do in their real lives. These people are on here trying to make money. They're on here trying to exploit black women.
Is the point. That is kind of the point of
that may be the point, but look, I'm a real black woman for black women. I don't play trying to exploit black women for money just so I could get what I want out of life. You could come on YouTube, you can make your money, and you could still have integrity and be an upstanding black woman who's really about black women's progress, not playing mind games and psychological manipulation using dark psychology and etc. Everybody who's gone to school can see right through this girl's act. Go ahead.
Let me ask you something. So, do you think the messenger is more important than the message, or do you
think the whole thing I was saying?
Or do you think it's the other way around? Because hold on. Let's hypothetically say that the reason why Princella is on YouTube teaching us
she ain't teaching nobody.
Let me finish, please.
Can we get off of her and get back to what I was calling about? Because
if you don't want to hear me talk, I'm just gonna drop you off. I don't want to do that, but that's like
you can, because if what you're here for is to pump her.
Okay, I'm not about to play with her. Because she like, how you gonna not want me to talk on my own? I didn't want to drop her because I'm like, I don't understand what her hate is with Princella. But what I was gonna say was, let's say Princella's reason for coming to YouTube is to make money, and let's say her reason for exposing men is because she hates men and her last man just beat her to a bloody pulp and knocked all her teeth out, and she got some revenge to get on this nigga. Let's say for hypothetical, that's the reason. Does that take away the teachings and the truth and validity of what she's saying? Do you care more about the message or the messenger? Because I don't give a shit about people's past for the most part. Like, everybody, there's a lot of women who used to be pick-me's and not pick-me's anymore. There are people who used to be Republicans and now they're Democrats. I'm just saying, some people were straight, now they're gay, vice versa. Like, people change, people evolve, people do whatever. If you're on YouTube or TikTok and you're making content, you probably are doing it to get money, but you also have a passion and a purpose. So at the end of the day, whatever your passion is, it can even be gossip blogs. That's your passion. You're doing it to make money. I haven't really come across too much of anything that Princella said that wasn't true. If you look out into the real world, what she's saying is true. Now, a lot of what she says, me and her are the same age. So I seen a lot of the same shit that she did. So that was one of the reasons why I followed her, was because her talking points I agreed with. Because I'm like, I agree with that. Yeah, she's right. Oh yeah, she's right. Oh, this, whatever. So it's not necessarily teaching me, not saying I haven't learned a shit ton of things on her channel, because I have, but as it pertains to men and their nature, like, we're the same age, really. I may be like a year or two older than she is. So it's really not about following somebody and not having a mind of our own. But if her message is correct, what's the problem? Her reason doesn't fucking matter to me at this point. If she's showing women male nature, whatever she got to do to get women to stop worshiping men, and it works, I'm all for it. Now, women are going to go their own way and do their own thing, right? But as long as the message is stop worshiping these niggas, like if that's the biggest message and women actually follow that, why would I have a problem with that? And I'm trying to figure out what's so, if she's on here, make everybody that does content creation is making money. So like some people do this full time. I'm pretty sure I'll never do TikTok or YouTube full time, right? But some people do this full time. Some people don't want to go clock in somewhere. She didn't want to drive trucks no more. I still drive trucks. I'm gonna keep driving trucks. You know what I mean? Until I don't want to no more. But what's so wrong with making money off of what you choose to spend your time doing? If you're gonna be on YouTube yapping, as my grandma and granddad used to say, might as well get paid for the shit. What's the problem? And she's not leading women astray. Some people think she's trying to turn women lesbian or whatever. I listen to Prince Ella all the time. She said, y'all really ain't straight. Y'all really lesbians and blah, blah, blah. I don't get offended by that. I crack up laughing. And then if I feel like going to flirt with the guy or some dude, I'm going to do that. I don't get offended by her, because the message is the thing that's the most important. But I'm not trying to big her up like she's this holy savior or anything. She's human like the rest of us. But if she's willing to share the knowledge that she knows with women for whatever her fucking reason is, why would we have a problem with that? She's another Black woman. I support most Black women, even ones I don't even like, for real. There's certain content creators on this app right now that I really don't think I like, but I see the good in them, and I see certain things, and I'm like, okay, I ain't gonna unsubscribe to this person yet. Stuff like that. I'll still support you. Like, it's a Black woman. I'm not saying all Black women deserve to be, put up on a pedestal or nothing. But I'm just saying, like, what is that? Am I tripping? Like, what's the problem? What is the issue with her wanting to make money off what she's doing? Like, I don't get it. And I mean, I think she's probably doing damn well financially off of YouTube and TikTok and her book sellings and her being an author and whatever else she's doing, teaching at the universities or whatever. I mean, she's human like everybody else, but I just don't see the problem. Like, I guess I'm confused about her, and I didn't want to drop her off, but she Savannah, I was coming to you, sweetie. I'm so sorry. If you want to come back, if you want to hit the link, I was literally about to come to you if you're still here. But yeah, I'm just confused as to what the issue is and why why that's a problem. Like, I don't get it. For her making money. Okay. Yeah, she wants us to stand with me, and she's contradicting. That's why I didn't want to drop her off either, because I'm like, I was trying to get to her point. It's like, do you not want women? Because here's the thing. Women, we're going to do what the fuck we want to do anyways, right? I didn't know if she was trying to tell us. She kind of sounded like she probably has sons. That's the vibe I got. I don't know if she does or not, but her tone, and if she was basically trying to say that we shouldn't follow this and we need to stop following people and we don't need a savior. A lot of us know we don't need no fucking savior. It ain't nobody on YouTube that I look up to like there's some kind of a god. I have a mind of my own. I'm where I'm at in my life because I have my own mind. And that's true for a whole lot of us here. But sometimes it's cool to get online and see that there are other like-minded people in the world. and we all, you know, talk about the same stuff, I don't see the problem. But she just strikes me as maybe she's a boy mom. I don't know, but that tone I was getting, it was like, and I wasn't, the things I could have said, I didn't. Okay, Savannah, I'm gonna get to you. Okay, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep. How you doing?
Okay. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What's on your mind?
I was just curious, like I've seen a little bit about the 4B movement, and to me, it is an opportunity for Black American women to kind of just step back and reassess the behaviors that they've been doing. I should say we've been doing for a very long time. A lot of the rhetoric I can't 100% co-sign because I am Christian and I'm not ashamed to be a Christian. I do see some kind of anti-Christ, like anti my belief system, things kind of creeping into it. But I think where I do agree with it is Black women abstaining from relationships with men who have really told the world how much they hate Black women. Like it's so apparent, like anytime you step outside the Black community, how people view Black relationships. Like it's a very toxic perception people have. And it's like, it's almost like remedial how Black women continue to worship a group of men who have just utter disdain for you. Like, I mean, it's just, it's remarkable. So I do think that a lot of the tenets of the 4B movement have these men shook because they know deep down inside how ugly they've been to Black women. And it's their worst nightmare for us to return that same energy and to do it on a world stage. And so I think that's why, I mean, I put it in the search engine and it's almost like more men talking about it at this point than women because they're trying to like snuff it out.
Yeah.
And, you know, take control of that, of the narrative before we get to it. But I mean, it is what it is. Like I haven't dated a Black man in a very long time. I do primarily date interracially, but I still love Black women. I'm concerned about my people. I am a Black person, a Black woman, and I want to see us do better. Like when I go down south and I visit my cousins who are Black women, like it's like the same old thing. It's like baby mamas everywhere, just, you know, no marriages, but tons of baby showers. It's just like, I want us to wake up and do better and to be respected for our femininity, for our womanhood and everything that we offer to relationships. And I do think that the movement gives us an opportunity to reflect on that and just command more, to just take our power back. So that's really what I wanted to add. I
agree 100%. And your picture is gorgeous, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I like it. Was that it?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to add. So yeah.
Okay, yeah. And I'm glad you said that because I agree. It's like Black women do suffer from cognitive dissonance. Like you see what's happening, y'all see the situations that y'all are in all the time. And it's like, how can you like make up in your mind to keep? I think some women are still in shock, maybe about, you know, understanding how Black men really feel about most Black really feel about us. So I think the shock maybe hasn't worn off, and some people just don't want to take the hard road. People tend to, it's human nature really to take the path of least resistance. So it's easier to just keep things the way that they are and just try to fight for something else. And it's horrible because it's keeping us back. But the only thing the only good thing that I can see coming out of this as far as the pick-me women and the mammies, which certain people reminded me that they were probably a mammy. But and I hate to call people names, but like, oh my God. But I feel like the only possible hope for them is for many of us to back off from dating. And so therefore the guys will only have these pick-me women to go to. And eventually the guys are going to get tired of those pick-me women. But maybe the pick-me women may wake up like, I'm tired of being dogged out. I'm tired of being their punching bag. I'm tired because we know the men don't really want them. So they're going to come home every day and remind you that they don't really want you. You're not really what they want. And so if they see that they're the only ones being unalived or they're the only ones being beat up and they're looking out here and seeing all the rest of us thriving and living our best lives, maybe that could be the push for some of them. I still don't think it's going to be the push for all of them, because some women will never wake up. But I do think, like you said, this is a moment to take a step back and have a moments of reflection. And sometimes all we need is to separate ourselves from things so that we can get a whole picture and we can see it from a logical standpoint. So maybe that's what it's going to take for some of these women. I don't know. But
absolutely. Yeah, you said a couple things that were pretty profound, and I just want to piggyback on real quickly.
yeah, go ahead.
So you mentioning that, yes, there does need to be a division. There needs to be a delineation in the types of Black women that there are, right? And
Yeah.
that's what's happening. Like, we are getting educated, we are getting careers, we're buying homes, we're kind of expanding our lives and what our world perception is and what the perception is for ourselves. And what I notice in our pursuit of doing that is that you have powers that be, principalities, what have you, that are fighting against that in the means of, you see the Glorilla images and the this just really ratchet, really hood aesthetic that is almost pushed upon us to put us all back into this cookie cutter, negative, uneducated mold that's just not what we are, and that's not where most of us are trying to go. Right. And I notice whenever Black men try to slander Black women and degrade us, they all go to the lowest common denominator, like the lowest stereotype of us that there is, because it's much safer for them to degrade us and mistreat and devalue us if they can all say that we're a bunch of Glorrillas or a whole bunch of whatever ratchet, sexy reds, exactly. Whatever the ratchet perception, rapper or whatever is. So it's much easier for them to do that. But when we start to define ourselves and delineate for ourselves, like, I'm not going to be part of that, I don't want you, like, you don't define me, that becomes much more of a threat, because they can't devalue us as easily, right? They can't put us in that mold as easy. So I do think it's helpful also for us women, because everybody wants to be seen a certain way. Everybody wants to be seen as in a positive light. So somebody who was probably going to go down the sexy red road is going to, do an about face and try to get with, what they see these other prominent Black women doing, who are unbothered. So I think it's good for both our outward perception and then our inward perception. But you also said something about, what did you say? You said something about, like, the shock value of it, right? So a lot of Black women are having issues with the shock of seeing how badly, like, a lot of these men hate us. And I mean, that's real, because it took about 10 years of processing, because they've been at it for almost 20 years on the internet, just consistently dogging us out. And for me, it clicked, and I said, okay, I'm taking them off the rosters. I'm not going to date them anymore. I'm not even going to make eye contact with them anymore. And it's no bitterness. I wish the best for them. I pray for them, that they find purpose and hope in their lives. But it's kind of a wrap. And I agree with you. Like, the younger girls, it's going to probably take them a minute to process. The older women, they've kind of seen it for a long time. But it is that learning curve. So that could be what it is that we're just holding on to hope. And there's a shocking thing to see that your counterparts, right, your fathers, your brothers, your cousins, they really do hate you. And no other group of men have that type of disdain towards their women but Black men. So
I know. You are so right. I don't get it. I really don't.
Yeah. But okay, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I won't hold up your line.
Yeah, you're fine. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Have a good night.
Bye. You too. Thanks. She's absolutely correct. Somebody who was spitting facts. I'm behind, but who? That lady who called. And actually, there was a few things that she said that I agree with. So I can't say I didn't agree with everything, but I didn't really understand where she was going. But I'm like, are you basically... Somebody in the comments said they wanted me to drop her. So thank you. So, okay, y'all are welcome. But I wanted to ask her, like, where are you going with this? I'm confused. Do you not want the 4B? Do you want the 4B? It doesn't really matter what she wants. Obviously, women are going to do what they want to do anyways. Red said, this is why 4B won't work in America. Black women won't support other. It's already working though, because it's really an individual thing. And the less access y'all get to women, the more y'all are going to see how much it's working. Red, hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay, I'm back. And you still here, by the way? I thought you like literally. Oh. Okay. Did anybody else want to come up? I don't know where the link is. Let me see if I can find it. So I have to keep typing it in there. I'm gonna figure this out. So I noticed it has to be another way. There is no way that I have to keep typing this link in by hand. I tried cutting and pasting it, and I just can't. So I guess I'm gonna have to. She sounds racially ambiguous, and why do a lot of these women hide their faces? Who sounds racially ambiguous? Oh, okay. You might have been talking about the other lady. The one who just got off is a Black woman. Do you wait? What? I don't know what that means. Religion is built for men by men. Spirituality is different. Waiting for the day that the church truly protects me. If you're waiting for the church to protect you, you may be waiting for the rest of your life. But that's just my own personal opinion. Because a lot of I think there are some good churches out there that really do try to help the community and try to do the right thing. The vast majority of them, though, good luck. I was just on a panel called The Free Thinker on TikTok. Was it yesterday or the day? Was it yesterday? And we were just talking about how churches will talk people into tithing all their money, and then the moment they're like faced with an eviction or their lights about to be turned off, they'd be like, well, pray to God, God will make a way. And then meanwhile now they're homeless because the church didn't help them. I've been to many churches like that. So some churches don't actually care. They're just in it for the money. Her picture is a desperate attempt. What are you talking about? Whose picture is a desperate attempt? The one who was married to the white, what was her name? Stephanie? I'm sorry. What was that woman's name that just got off? Who are you talking about? Okay. Let's bring Angelica.
Hey, girl. Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yep, I hear you just good.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, I said just good, but I meant to say just fine.
No, I just came up here really quickly just to say, if you're using StreamYard, down at the bottom somewhere, there should be an invite button.
Yeah.
When you click that, it'll show you the StreamYard link, and you should be able to either, right click, copy and paste, or hit the copy button and add it to the chat over here on the right.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. So I clicked copy and it'll say copied. Then I go over and I right click and left click, double click, single click, and nothing comes up. I know exactly what you're saying, because that's what works with everything else. For whatever reason, it just doesn't want to. So I've been having to type it in this whole time.
Oh, okay.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. The only other alternative I can think of is if you download an application called Nightbot, and Nightbot kind of works with your StreamYard, and you can, when you start the live, you know how it'll give you like the invite button when you first start the StreamYard. You can add the link and then make a command within Nightbot. So every time you type in the word link, it'll automatically populate that in the chat for people to hit.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna try that next time. So wait, hold on, because I'm in my Apple store. You said it's called Nightbot?
Yeah, it should be. If you're on your PC or laptop running your StreamYard, you should be able to download it. Well, it's a software. You don't download anything. It's like a website that you use that syncs up with your YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. Nightbot. Let me write that down. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try because I'm like, I know it's gotta be is it night at NIGHT or is it NIT?
Yes,
okay, NIGHT.
Mm-hmm.
Then BOT.
Yep, BOT.
Okay. Thank you for that.
I just wanted to come up here. I've been listening this is the first live that I've caught from you. And can I say, I've been watching you for, I don't know how many months it's been, but I have loved your content. And I am just so excited to catch a live. I'm not going to keep you or anything like that. I think that a lot of what you talk about is really important for Black women. And I think that we need more content creators. I know that there's been like a lot of young women, like Black female content creators talking about, Black women's empowerment, even though like BWE is controversial right now in the landscape. But I think that the more voices that we have, the more dynamic these voices are. They're super impressive. So that's it. I just wanted to come up here and say that about Nightbot and then the button down at the bottom. But yeah, keep doing your thing.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
You're so welcome. Have a good night. I'll be in the chat.
All right. Okay, you too.
Bye.
Okay. If anyone else wants to come up, you're welcome. You don't have to show your face if you don't want to. Someone said, I agree with Melanie Hamlet. She said all of us women are on the spectrum of some form of pick me because we were programmed for decades to be people pleasers and censor to these men. I agree with that. However, for me personally, I don't consider myself to be a recovering pick-me. And that's just my own personal opinion about myself because I started seeing things with men at a very, very, very young age. And it shaped the way I saw them from that age. And I want to say about 7 years old. My mind was kind of already shaped by about men around 7, maybe even before that, but definitely around 7 years old. So I just, and I said before that me personally, I've definitely said pick me stuff, but whenever I said it, I used to say it to like piss off certain women at that particular, like I would say certain things just to piss them off. But it wasn't that I actually believed what I was saying. I just wanted to hurt that person. And this was more so in my teens and 20s for the most part. But I've always kind of been known by my friends and some of my family as a man hater or a man basher ever since I was a teenager. So I just never, and I'm pretty sure there's probably parts of me that I'm not really in tune with that maybe was pick-me-ish, but I just don't consider myself to be a recovering pick. I don't feel like I ever was but I guess I do agree that it could be some of the stuff that we say or the way we dress or the things that we do. Because I guess I used to be fast when I was younger. They used to call me fast a lot because I'm like, I'm gonna be cute, or whatever. That could be a form of pick me, I guess, right? So I guess that's correct. In some form, on some spectrum. Yeah, I guess I agree with that. But as far as just like willing to throw women under the bus and do all this other stuff for male attention, like I've always clowned on men like my whole life. So I just never really can ever remember a time where I've ever done that. Maybe I have and I just don't remember, but I think that's actually true though, now that I think about it. God gave women to men to protect and provide, and any man who fails to do this is worse than a non-believer. I don't. What's your point? Worse than a non? I'm a non-believer, so I'm just this horrible person, right? Yeah, whatever that means. I really hope Black women stand firm on business. I'm only 21, and I'm not playing with no man. Yeah, it is going to end up being an individual thing. At the end of the day, it will become a movement if enough women join in. And then we are actually able to see things change for us. Other than that, like, you know, it's hard to say. I would love for her to hop on one of your lives, Millie Hamlet. That would be great. I love her. Like, she is just one of those women that she seems like the type that, I don't think she do a lot of outdoor stuff like water rafting or whatever else, but she definitely seemed like the type that you can just sit around and drink some wine with and just laugh the entire fucking night. That's the vibe I get from her. And I love anybody that makes me laugh, anybody that challenges me intellectually, that makes me think about stuff a certain way. And I would say she's definitely, or she seems to be definitely seems to be one of those women that can like really challenge your thought process. Okay, so Ange B said, the caller explicitly said that she didn't want me to be involved. She countered by saying that's what Princella wants. I don't think I understand. She didn't want me to be involved. Okay. Maybe if you still here, maybe you can come up and explain that, because Black women have Stockholm syndrome. Absolutely. No matter how Princella started, the truth is the truth. And that's the point I was making. Like, you know what? I somebody said earlier in the comments that a lot of women are jealous of Princella. I do believe that. I believe it's a lot, because a lot of the stuff that Princella says, I think a lot of women, especially older women, probably felt that way, but didn't know how to really articulate it, or, you know, couldn't say it or whatever. And now Princella is taking a lot of credit for a lot of her thoughts and her talking points, which she deserves, in my opinion. And I think some people are just mad. I think they're looking at it like, kind of like how when reality TV first became a thing, and it became easier to get famous if you just go on reality TV. And like not all of them, but a lot of the actors who had to go to castings and go sees or whatever, and had to like really get it off the mud in order to like be on TV shows or movies. Those older actors or actresses really felt some kind of way about the reality stars, because it's like, we had to actually work hard and get it out the mud. You're not even a real actress. You are a reality TV star. So it's almost like, on one hand, they have a point. We had to work hard to get to where we are. And then on the other hand, it's like giving hater a little bit, giving jealous, depending on how they came across to the person. But it's kind of the same thing with this. It's like, they came before you, but you're taking credit for the hard lessons that they had to learn, and they couldn't articulate it, or they couldn't speak about it, or they came up in a time where they would get backhanded if they said certain things, you know. And I think, and I'm speaking for the older women, the younger women that are around her age, they could be jealous for the same reasons. I don't know. But I do think there's a lot of women, and I'm not saying Princella is perfect and she's, you know, can do no harm, and, you know, maybe things may come out about her in the future, you know, and whatever, who knows, who cares? I don't care about none of that. Like, we're all human, we all got to pass. But my whole thing is, I don't give a shit. If she's saying, she did a video one time with the bees, and she's talking about how the male bees are like thrown out of the fucking beehive because they're useless. That's just facts. Like, what's the problem with her sharing videos like that? Like, that's just literally facts. I don't know. But I'm not trying to literally put her on the pedestal, but it's no secret that I like her content. And if you come here, you have the right to have an opinion about her, absolutely. But don't come here and say she's leading women astray, because she's literally not. Like, women call into her show all the time to tell her how they start seeing things differently. They've been paying attention. They've been picking up on red flags. Their lives have changed. They've decentered men. they're learning to love themselves now, whatever. So many women calling all the time. You can't dispute that. Like if women are calling in saying, hey, this is how you changed my life, why would anybody try to dispute that? Just because you don't agree with it, like that doesn't take away from her changing people and helping people. Like a lot of these women are jealous. I don't know what her problem was, but I definitely got jealous vibes from her as far as Princella, and I hate that we got to be like this to each other. Like that. Like, can we just give people credit and move on? Can we please like learn to do that? And I'm not saying y'all have to like her. I know it's a lot of women who can't fucking stand that. There's a lot of women who can't fucking stand me, right? We ain't gonna all like each other, but we're all in the same fight though. You know what I mean? We're all dealing with the same discrimination, the same bullshit with men, the same thing with raising kids. Some of you, some of us don't have kids, but being Black in America, being Black and being a woman, we're all facing a lot of the same bullshit. So can we stop doing this to each other? If you come across somebody's content and you don't agree with it, just don't fucking watch. If you do agree with it, give the person their props and keep it moving. Can we learn to do that as we move forward in 2024? Because I don't really see what the problem is. And the same thing with Senji. And that was crazy too. She brought Princella up and then was like, I don't want to talk about her. Like, for future reference, if you bring somebody up and then I start expounding on it and you say, I don't want to talk about that, I'm going to immediately drop you off. I don't care who it's about. We could be talking about the Loch Ness Monster or the flying spaghetti monster. You brought it up and we're going to talk about it. You're not going to tell me how to run my shit. So that's just for future reference. Cause like, can we stop? Can we please stop doing that? No, and don't go on people's platforms and tell them how to run their shit. Like that's the quickest way for you to get booted off. I didn't want to have to do that, but she had me fucked up. Miko, you laughing at me? Okay. So let's see. I've been on here for 2 hours and 39 minutes. I told y'all I'm not doing 6 hours. But is there anything else y'all want to talk about before I get off of here? I think I'm gonna get off around the 3 hour mark, so like another 20 minutes or so. I think let me see something real quick. The main things that I wanted to really touch on. Oh wait, who called me? Damn, I got that many calls. Hold on one second. I didn't even. Yeah, I had to put my phone on Do Not Disturb because it would literally be ringing a lot if I didn't. HHCJ said, yep, jealousy and envy is poisoning. It is. And being jealous of somebody is such a pathetic emotion. Like nobody has to feel jealousy. And if you do, it's like do something about it. You know what I mean? Like don't walk through life with that type of feeling in your heart for anybody. It ain't nothing people got that you can't get, as far as material things or whatever. I don't know. Whatever it is. The way people like you. And to get back to Princella one more time, because Princella has a gift of like the way she teaches, the way she breaks things down. You ain't got to you could hate her, but you cannot take away her gift, which is she has a way of teaching and breaking things down and explaining things that really anybody can comprehend. Mostly anybody. There are still some people who don't comprehend, but it's really because they don't want to and they have cognitive dissonance. But that's a gift. And they got her teaching at universities. I mean, come on, y'all. Like, you can't take that from her. You just can't. Like, I don't even know why y'all would even try to do that. That's kind of fucked up. Okay, now I'm off of Princella. Now, somebody was laughing because I said the flying spaghetti monster. Oh, yeah, I just randomly thought of that. So, have you ever been on a cruise? Me and my mom? No. And I can't wait to go. I have never been on a cruise. I always talk about it every year. This year might be the year I go on a cruise, and then the year passes by and I still don't go. I hope you have a great time. And one of these, I keep feeling like I got to burp. One of these days, I am gonna go. I just gotta find the right person or the right people to go with, because I ain't going by myself. I would, because I used to travel by myself a lot, but I don't know. Other races of women were content being silent in their oppression because they enjoy feeling better than Black women. Yeah, I think that's true for a lot of them. Yeah. The crazy thing is, I'm going to always maintain that no race of people are better than another race of people. Like, I'm sorry. The only way that could be possible, in my personal opinion, is if there was a race of people that never aged, that never got sick, that never had to have body parts removed, like foot amputations and whatever else. Like never aged, never died. If there was a race that could do that, then that race would be up here. But the fact that we all are going to our own holes in the ground one day and we're going to be worm food, none of us are better than the next. I'm sorry. Like, cheat death, and then maybe you can get in the running of feeling like you're better than another race. Like, I don't even know why people, and to be honest, I don't even think a lot of people really believe that they're better than Black people deep down. I think they're going off of the way we're portrayed, or some of us portray ourselves in society. And it's like, oh, those people over there are trash. We're better than them. I don't really think that people think that. I think they just try to find the things that they don't like about us and harp on that. But Black women lit as fuck. Black people, sorry, we are. And there's certain things I like about Asian people, and there are certain things I like about Latinas, if that's the right word to use. I'm sorry, Mexican. Sorry, I'm sorry, y'all. There's certain things I like about white people, right? Everybody got they lit stuff about them. I really feel that way, and I'm not pandering to nobody or whatever. I just feel like there are things in each culture or each race that has something to offer. That has something to offer everybody else in the world collectively. Everybody has something special about their group. So, I mean, there's no reason to go through life thinking you're better than nobody, because we not. And we all are just as good as dead one day. Sorry to say it like that, but until you can cheat death, you are not better than anybody. And that's my metric. I know some people may have a different metric. That's mine. Okay, Rose said this at the Sovereign Woman. That's what that guy earlier was also trying to do. So what a joke he is. Rain's control. Was I in his trash? Sir, I've got work. What? Can y'all please proofread before y'all click send? Because I can't do it. Frankie said, who blew on your lineup? A bunch of people. None of your business. Salk is Ray talks to I've seen a few of her videos. I watched a few of her videos that I liked. I don't see her on my timeline as much. I think I kind of be forgetting. Women like Cynthia G and Priscilla got big preaching the same talking points as other creators because they have good delivery. That could be true too. But the thing about the talking points, and I think I talked about this last time, when people educate themselves or read a lot or pay attention a lot or whatever, you will come to a lot of the same conclusions. Like Cynthia G was talking about not having Black babies or male babies. I'm going to use that for an example. And there was somebody named Brooklyn Blue, which I think she still goes by Kendall St. Charles, and I can't find her. So if anybody knows her information, please put it in the chat box, because I've been looking for her. I don't know where she's at. But she been saying that years ago, like back when YouTube first became popular. She was on YouTube talking about this stuff. And there's a lot of people who don't even know who this woman is. So it's possible that Sinji probably came across her stuff or she probably didn't. But at the end of the day, great minds think alike. And sometimes you can use somebody's talking points. I know if I ever do, I tend to say shout out to this person or shout out to that person. Every now and then I might forget to do that, but for the most part, I'm always, if I can hear myself saying something that I know came from Sinji or came from Bourbon Bougie or came from whoever, I shout them out. That's just me. That's what I do. But it's really not about stealing talking points. It's like, if you are educating yourself on Black male pathology, a lot of women are going to come to that same conclusion if you are looking at it and you're not putting your emotions in it and you're looking at it from a logical standpoint. You're going to come to the same conclusions, right? The last I knew, Cynthia G said she hadn't even heard of Brooklyn Blue, didn't even know who she was. But they say a lot of the same stuff. Brooklyn Blue to me came before a lot of women. And somebody started posting her old content on TikTok recently, and I've been like binging that these last few days. And I'm trying to find her. Like, where the hell did she go? I remember she changed her name to Kendall St. Charles, and then that was it. I didn't see nothing else. But they do have good delivery, and that could very well be true. Sometimes that's how it is, right? You remember what Cat Williams was saying in the beginning of the year? Like, there's a lot of undiscovered better comedians than people like Steve Harvey or whatever, but some people are willing to play the game, or some people have a better delivery, or some people have the look, right? And it catapults them to the top, or, you know, whatever. That happens. But the only way you'll ever be successful in life at anything is to put yourself out there and do it, whatever it is you're trying to do. And you never know how you're going to be received. And, you know, they was talking about they think CNG over on Patreon making bank. And I'm like, and she deserves it. Like, why wouldn't she deserve it? I'm always going to be happy for people. I don't know how some of y'all's minds work, but when I see people doing well in life or living their dream or whatever it is, I'm happy. Like, I'm like, and I really think it's important to see people as an inspiration than it is to feel jealous of them. So, like, I don't understand how y'all do that. I really don't. Like, shouldn't the overwhelming feeling be inspiration, admiration, right? Instead of hating on somebody. Perhaps the caller was precautioning us to be leery of our own pimping the community and having disingenuous heart like Umar. Hold on, don't get me started on Umar. If I had to say somebody was pimping the culture, that's probably who I would say. But the reason why we can't throw Umar away is because Umar says a lot of things that are facts. And then he says a lot of stuff that's bullshit. But he says a lot of things that are facts. So we can't throw Umar all the way. I'm not saying we can't. Some people have threw him away. But I'm saying it's hard. The reason why he keeps coming up a lot is because he speaks a lot of facts. So he'll say some bullshit. And then the next 4 interviews, he'll be spitting real shit the whole time. And then you'll be like, yup. And then the next interview, he's saying some bullshit. And you're like, fuck that nigga, right? And then the next 3 lives, he's saying some more real ass shit, right? So I think that's the issue with him. But definitely, I would say Umar is probably a pimp. I don't know. I'm not saying that he is for sure. I'm just talking shit. But I understand what the woman was trying to say. But I just don't feel like she should have brought Princella's name up. But that was kind of messy to me. But she has a right to feel that way. I mean, if you don't like somebody or if you think they're being disingenuous, I get it. Like, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. And maybe she is. Maybe in a few years, we might find out that she's been pimping women the whole time. Somebody in the comment section a little earlier said she does our lives for free. So how is she pimping anybody? And she's not putting a GUN to nobody's head and saying, buy my book, bitch, or I'm gonna shoot you, right? People are choosing to buy the book the same way we can get on Amazon and order 50 Shades of Grey or, I don't know, some popular book, right? Some New York, Jada Pickett's book, right? The same way we can order Jada Pickett's book, which I didn't order, by the way, but we can go and support Princella. Like, what's the difference? To me, there's no difference. If you don't want to buy her shit, don't buy it. But I don't see her pimping anybody because she's not forcing anybody to sign up for her courses, buy her books. A lot of the information she gives is fucking free. Like 90%, 95% of her stuff is free. So I don't really understand I don't get it. I'm my sister's keeper. I seen what being desperate for a man causes. Never in a million years. Amen, Mother Phoenix. I'm with you. Sometimes people can be jealous of somebody and don't even know what they're really going through. That's true too. Now that's true. You never know what people are going through in their real lives behind closed doors, in their relationships, with their family, with their finances. Like, you know what I mean? Whatever personal battles they're fighting, you never know. You never know. But that's what I think being jealous of somebody is such a waste of energy. It's just focus. We're all different. We all have our own purpose. Find your own purpose and focus on that. Who cares what the next person is doing? Who cares this other person get all this or get the attention or this person gets that or that person got the nice car or this person got the better house? Who gives a shit? Focus on you and your purpose. And you ain't gonna have time to like think about what the next person is doing. Like, and just praise people or give them their props or whatever on your way up to whatever you are trying to accomplish. Like, it's okay. Compliments are free. Giving people a big up on whatever they're doing is free, right? It doesn't cost anything to do that. Who y'all talking about? Frankie said cheat death. I don't like the human experience that much. A lot of people don't. But I was just using that as I can be very dramatic and extreme at times. So I was just like using it as an extreme, dramatic as example. I do that a lot. So don't pay me no attention. Kayleen said Princella is definitely gifted in her teaching and is well educated. However, folks like Dr. Umar are well versed and exploit the community. But came out abrasively. I agree. Okay. Racism is a social construct. How can you be better than people who age 10 to 15 years slower than you? No shade. I have a theory on that. That could be a big part of why some of them hate us so much. That could be the melanin, the way we age, our hair, right? I get a lot of compliments on my hair, and I just saw a video that really bothered me the other day, and some of y'all probably seen it. It was this older Black lady, and she was talking about Black women's hair don't grow and whatever else shit she was saying. I sat there, I literally almost got a headache. And she was basically airing out her own insecurities. I'm like, our hair is so versatile. Like, we got the only hair. I got 4C/4B hair. It probably don't look like it, but trust me, if I wet this, my hair is this long and it's 4C. My hair literally comes up to here when it's wet. You would think I cut all my hair off. But I think our hair is so versatile. And we're the only people whose hair does this. So I think it's little distinctive things like that about our race that other people don't like because they don't have it. I don't think they all feel that way, but I think a lot of them do. I know for a fact all of them don't feel that way. You know, I know they don't. But there's a lot of them that do collectively. And I think that's where a lot of the hate comes from, especially with like our genetics in general, being athletic, stuff like that. Like, I think we we are leading in certain stuff when it comes to that. We are. I mean, I'm not saying that to try to, you know, feel like we sound better or whatever, but I'm just saying, you know, but I still believe and maintain that every race, every culture has something special about that particular culture. I do believe that. Mother Phoenix said, last night I had a client who was Caucasian. He missed his appointment with me. And his pro-wife was trying to cover for him. She kept calling him and he forwarded her calls. I felt the cheating all over him. I've definitely experienced situations like that where women will be saying certain stuff and I just be thinking in my head like, girl, that man is definitely cheating on you. It's not funny, but I feel like I have moments like that with people at least once or twice a week. I'm not even joking. Like I just be sitting there and I don't want to say it, depending on who it is when we're talking to, but I'm just like, you really. I was on a live the other day and this girl was talking about her experience that she had with her boyfriend and how we were talking about how a lot of men don't have emotional intelligence and how she was saying men don't realize the emotional damage that they cause women by lying, by cheating, by not opening up and being emotional and stuff like that. And she was talking about this boy, everything was fine. And then suddenly he was like, I got to go. I got to work on myself. I don't want this relationship anymore or something like that. And the whole time I'm on mute. I was up on the panel, but I'm on mute and I'm sitting there like, yeah, he found somebody else. Right. That's all I'm thinking. And then she said it was a long distance relationship. And then I was like, oh, for sure, that's what it is. Thompson, she said he got to take a break. I think we should take a break. Ladies, anytime a man tell you he wants to take a break, he's effing somebody else or he's about to. He's trying to. Always understand that's what that means, period. And so I'm sitting there thinking like this poor girl, this man found somebody else and he is trying to lay her down easily and she doesn't realize it. And I was sitting there thinking that. And then one of the guys on the panel got on there and said my exact thoughts. And I'm like, oh my God. So yeah, sometimes you can just hear stuff that women go through and you just automatically know, yeah, he's cheating on you. I'm willing to bet an entire month's salary that man is cheating on you. Like, I hate that a lot of women don't pick up on stuff. Some of us pick up on things so easy because we've been around the block and seen some shit. I definitely have. I've been around the block more than once, okay? I've seen shit, heard shit, experienced shit, you know. I just wish more women had that same discernment. Or if they do, just follow your gut. Don't gaslight yourself out of stuff. If you feel a certain way, there's a reason why you're feeling that way. And you gotta follow that. I'm in Michigan. So is it true that I'm not gonna be able to see the eclipse from Michigan? What y'all think? Because I'm into that type of stuff. And from what I understand, this is going to be this is off topic, sorry. This is going to be a total eclipse. And they're saying the next one is not going to happen in our lifetime. 300 and some years will be the next one. So if anybody know anything about the solar system, because I can look it up probably. I just been lazy. Celine said, Minka, white people age terribly. I'm saying this as a white person. A lot of white people do age terribly. Sorry. A lot. Some don't. A lot do. But see, I think it's genetics, but I think it's lifestyle. Because I know white women that smoke so many cigarettes. Like every 5 seconds they light up a cigarette. And I can tell that the cigarettes is what accelerated their aging. Like, I feel like as a white person, you guys would literally have to be very careful about the sun, careful about your diet, careful about not smoking cigarettes. And I think y'all, not you, but I'm saying white people probably would not age as fast if they didn't smoke and all that stuff. I think that's the biggest part of it is the lifestyle. A lot of the women that I know that look 50 and 60 years old and they're like in their late 20s, early 30s. And I'm just like, but they smoke. The cigarettes is always the common denominator with a lot of them. I swear it is. That shit will age you so quick. I think that's just my own personal opinion. I could be wrong, but you know, that's what I think. Adam said, that's the game of YouTube, but the creators that aren't reaching the viewers they wanted to reach get so bitter seeing people like Princella and Senji in their mind. It should have been them. I agree with that 100%. And I was talking to Burb and Bougie. I was talking to her about this a couple weeks ago, maybe like a month ago. And we were talking about how her and I, we have the mindset of wanting to help each other. You know what I mean? And my ass, for an example, been sitting at just under 5K subscribers for the longest time. I already know why that is. I don't post every day. I haven't consistently posted, and I'm starting to go live more. I'm gonna start going live more and stuff. But that's no reason for you to be a hater for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? You got to do what you can do. And I know me, and some days I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna post a video. Then the time comes, I'm like, okay, I ain't had time to do it today, or I just didn't feel like doing it today. But if you know that you're not giving something your all, and I'm just using myself as an example, if you're not completely giving something your full attention, and then the next person next to you, they are, and then they reach that level or whatever they're trying to get, what the fuck is you mad for? Like, you got to be just as diligent about what you're trying to do if you want to reap the same results. And also, too, some people just, they don't have the it factor that attracts people. Like, some people just don't have that. I mean, we could talk about looks. We could talk about personality. We could talk about the sound of a voice. Some people think I have a soothing voice. Other people think my voice is annoying as fuck. But stuff like that will make a difference in people subscribing to you or following you or whatever. Your personality, how you come across to people. Like, you know, some people just don't have that thing that make people like them. But I like, it's people that like me. There's a bunch of people who can't fucking stand me. But either way, I don't give a shit. I'll be the first to tell you, I don't care, right? But you just got to be yourself. And, you know, I definitely agree with this. And that's the vibe I was getting from that lady that called up, because I'm like, why are you? And then when I started talking about it, I think she felt that I was taking up for Princella, and I think she got uncomfortable. That's what I think. She was like, oh, she's one of those follower bitches. Yeah, I don't want to talk about her. You know what I mean? That's what I think. But if I say I like somebody on my channel, and you come here trying to drag them or whatever, or throw shade and make little snide remarks, I'm gonna challenge you on it. I'm gonna be like, so exactly what is it? But I let her go before I say what I really wanted to say, because you're not gonna tell me. I'm still a little irritated by that. Like, girl, you was not gonna tell me how to run my platform. And I didn't want to call her girl because she clearly was much older than me. But I try to be respectful to my elders for sure. And anybody in general, I try to be respectful. But you do not want to catch me on a day where you to piss me off, because I am not the same person. Even if I don't like someone, I will still hand them their flowers if they have good qualities about them. Celine, I like you. I am the exact same way. I really like you. How old you say you were? Did you say you was in your early 20s? You are definitely off to a good start. Definitely. Blessed one said, I love seeing Black women doing well. I'm so sick of the hate. I wish we can come together. Girl, can we all think like that? Can we all agree that this is how we're going to think moving forward? Seeing somebody else accomplish something or whatever does not dim your own light. It only does if you think it does. If you don't think it does, then it won't. It's really simple. The happier you are for other people, the better it's going to be for you. You'll be in a much better space mentally. You don't see people as competition. You're too focused on your own grass to worry if that grass over there is green or brown. You just don't, you know what I mean? You just don't have time to. It's really not hard to just focus on yourself. Like, it's not. It's the easiest, most selfish thing to do, really. It's easy as fuck. Minka says people really feel like the content creators shouldn't get paid even though they take time making the content. That's just jealousy. If you think a content creator shouldn't get paid, you are mad because for whatever reason you feel like you can't do what they're doing, because you probably could, but you just don't think you can, right? And you feel like you got to go clock in at this bullshit job and make a living or whatever, and it's not fair that somebody can just get on social media and make videos and make money. That's just jealousy. There's nothing else that there's no other way to describe that. Because, like, why do you care how somebody's getting their money? Why do you care? Even if we were all OnlyFans girls or Smex workers, why do you care how somebody is making their money and able to pay their bills? Why does it matter to you? If you have a problem with the way somebody's making their own money, even if you think it's immoral, even if you think it's wrong, even if you think it's a sin, it shouldn't bother you that much. Like, you know what I mean? The only way I can see you getting bothered is if you got scammed out of some money and you can't get your money back. Outside of that, like, why do you give a fuck? Because I don't give a fuck what nobody doing. If it's a loved one or a friend and they're doing something illegal or something like that, I'll say, hey, you might want to watch it. Is it worth you spending X amount of years in jail if you're ever caught? I wouldn't do it if I was you. That's as far as I'm going to take it. Whatever you decide to do after that is your business. But I'm not going to be that worried and stressed out about somebody and how they make their money. You're supposed to be worried about how you're making your money and focus on your kids and your bills and whatever expenses you have every month. I don't understand why y'all care so much. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. A powerful PC woman took Sin off. Let's not forget that. PC. Person of color? No. Is that what you're saying? Shaking my head. There's no sisterhood with everyone. A black. So you're saying a black lady? I think that's what you're saying. CK on YouTube is doing a show with KSC on YouTube. CK. Oh, the pink pill, CK. You know what? I haven't seen none of her videos like since last year. I don't think. Is she? I didn't even know if she was. I forgot all about her actually. I don't know why I stopped following her. I stopped watching her videos for some reason, and I can't remember why. Yeah, I can't remember why. I had to think about it. It's been so long. I haven't seen none of her content at all in a long time. Omar is an educated pimp. Yes, I always say that. Angie said, thank you for this live tonight. My keyboard is freezing. I got to check my internet feed. Oh, okay. Are you leaving or you left already? That was at 9:52. So, yeah, I'm going to get off of here in a minute. Celine says, I have a friend. She's a black woman. And she said, don't go alone to any foreign country because you might get kidnapped like the movie Taken. I totally listen. I'm one of those people that believe stuff like that when I watch movies. So trust me, I will not be going. I will be going in a group if I ever go anywhere. It ain't gonna just be me and one friend because the movie Taken, that girl was with her friend and they both got taken, right? So yeah, I'll be going with a whole group of folks. But I'm not really trying. It ain't too many places out the country that I'm really trying to go to. It's a few places I would like to go, but it's scary out there. You don't know the laws. You don't know some of the languages. It's so many barriers to like safety, and I just don't trust it. Lady Demigod said certain types of people have a problem with other black people. God damn it, why does it always do that? With certain black people making money. You're right, and I don't understand it. I really don't. Like, pay your own bills and worry about yourself. Ghost Town's Finest. What is that? I hear a lot of guys say they want virgins, but when I lost my virginity, it was pretty messy, and the guy was gentle still. So usually, it's not a pretty experience, right? They say that, and then that reminds me of a live I was on yesterday. And I can't think of the guy's name, but he was basically one of those guys saying the 4B movement wasn't going to work. And I wasn't on there to talk. I was just listening. I don't even remember if I clicked in or not. I was on TikTok. And he asked this one girl a question and was like, "Are you a virgin?" And the reason why he was asking it was to try to be funny. And the girl was like, "Actually, I am." When I tell you he went ziggity boom on this girl for no reason. She was like early 20s, I think. And I'm like, "Why are you so mad at a virgin?" So you mad? And the girl was like, "See, I'm a virgin and you're still not happy. You said close your legs and I refuse to open my legs to anybody and you're still not happy." And I'm just like, he was really tripping on her for no reason. She didn't say nothing disrespectful. She didn't raise her voice. She was basically talking like, "Yeah, you guys said to, she was talking in that tone." And it was like, he just went off on her. And I'm like, they don't really want virgins. They just don't want a woman to be able to, they want them, but they don't want it for the right reasons, right? It ain't for that pure shit and all that. They ain't got nothing to do with it. These guys just be doing the most. They say they want it, but they really don't. Adams, I think the more I interact with the groups, the more I build the confidence to travel solo, but it's still a work in progress. Just be careful, like she said, because men say they want virgins, but a woman in her mid-30s went viral because she was a virgin and the men were screaming about how they don't want to teach her how to have sex. I think I saw that sometime last year, wasn't it? I think I saw that somewhere. And they don't. They want you to be virgins, but then they want you to be experienced. But it's like, how are you going to be experienced if you're a virgin? So how does that work? Don't believe nothing these dudes say. They don't know what they want. Yeah, I was going to say this. They want virgins because they want women who they can't. They don't want the woman to be able to compare them to anybody. It's an insecurity thing. Anytime you hear men talking about that, they're insecure. Oh, hey, Angelica.
Hey, I'm sorry. It's Angelica. I just
Oh,
wanted
Angelica.
to
I am so sorry.
It's okay. It's
You're
all right.
Now that I'm looking at it. Angelica, where did I get that from? Okay, go ahead.
It's all right. No, but as you were talking, I was thinking if I could share like a story about my younger sister.
Sure.
My younger sister is 30 and she's a virgin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
she's 30?
She's 30.
Okay.
And me and her talk quite often because she lives with me and she kind of tells me about her experiences. She tried to date. And I remember maybe about 2 or 3 years ago, I first heard about the 4B movement. So I'm trying to circle this all back in to make it relevant, right?
Okay.
So I was telling her about it and I was like, oh my God, like, these girls in Korea are like not playing with the men's at all. And, she's always had issues dating because her being a virgin was her. It's a little bit complicated, but short story is she wanted to do it the right way, right? What she thought was the right way. And what she kept coming into contact with men that just didn't have patience with her because she was a virgin. Yeah. Right. So she would meet these guys, they would ditch her because she wouldn't put out whatever. So I was telling her about the 4B movement. I don't know why. I had seen a video. I ended up signing up to the email list. This was a couple of years ago. And I had just briefly mentioned it to her because we're always like, post work. This is what I found out on the internet while I was working today kind of conversation. And so literally yesterday, she was telling me that she started seeing content on TikTok about the 4B movement and what she was thinking about. And she had said to me, sis, you know what? I think at this point, I'm just done. I think that I might really kind of dive into this 4B thing and see what it's about because I just can't. It doesn't make any sense to me because the guys that I've dated have just been so problematic in so many different ways that I'm just not interested anymore. Like first they tell you they have these contradicting narratives about like, oh, they want a virgin, they want a girl with a low body count, they want this and want that, but then they also don't want to wait. They want you to be both things all at the same time, but get mad either way that it goes.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just found it, that's why I was excited when I seen your live, because I found it so interesting that I had just had that conversation with her, and then seeing all of these, you know, because I'm a little bit older, I'll be 43 next month, but seeing all the younger women, like, you know, yeah, like, you guys are doing too much. We're just going to make it easy for you and just move out the way so you don't have to worry about these things anymore. And that's kind of like the premise, but I just think that it's so, for me, I get so excited about it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, I've been through my own thing, and I've found so much peace in being alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, all the relationships that I've built, all the money that I've saved, and just the overall, like, personal peace that I've had. Just worrying about me and mines and my money, right? So I think that it, you know, for the women that choose to participate, I think that it can be a really profound experience for them. And I know that it's not going to be for every woman,
Right.
but I do think for the women that choose to partake in that, that they'll probably walk away, if they choose to walk away from that lifestyle at any point, with a way better understanding of what they want in this world, as far as who they are as women, how they show up, how they see like the world. Because and that's the other thing too. Like, I always talk about, like, and I'll go. I'm sorry, but you just
Oh,
had me think.
you're fine.
But there's always been, because I listen to like a lot of I read a lot of books, and I listen to a lot of video essays about like rage feminism, what feminism is, and kind of like this neo-feminism. And there's always been like this thing about like the male gaze and how ingrained women are with the male gaze. And I can't remember which book it was, but there's this concept called the man inside your head as a woman. And essentially the concept is like, because we're taught from a very young age to prepare ourselves to be in relationships, to be wives and mothers and whatever else, that there's this constant narrative of how you should show up, meaning, especially for Black women, like, you know, how there was the whole debate about wearing bonnets outside, how even when we sit down and we take a moment and we're like, wait, people are looking at us. Let me adjust the way that I'm sitting real quick. So that way nobody perceives me as being other than something but a good standard, like, you know, woman. And so when I think about all these things, and I think about like my sister's experience, and I think about like the 4B movement, I think that I'm excited to see young women do something else other than wait for a man. You know what I'm saying? To define what it is that they see as womanhood, how they show up, how they think they see the world sees them, and how they respond to it. Because I think we've been in such a way with, you know, just the patriarchy in general, that we've just responded to men and what they desire and what they're looking for, what they're asking for, that we've never, even as young girls, took the time to figure out who we are. Like, what does girl mean for me? Because it can be represented in so many different ways. You know, like, girls are tomboys, you know, they can be girly girls that like the flowy dresses. Like, it's a whole like spectrum when it comes to womanhood, right? And even like the younger girls, and how they show up in like the classrooms, and what that dynamic looks like when they're sat with like male teachers, or they have like a lot of male classmates, like how they feel about themselves as women or young girls. And I think that just having the conversation about, for me, is going to put a different concept in women's minds about what it is that they want, what it is that they desire, and also having that conversation with younger women, you know? So, but that's it. That's all I wanted to share. I still had the link, so I was excited. I was like, wait a minute, that's so relative, but.
Oh yeah, that's fine. You can come up anytime.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was it. I'm not going to hold you. I just want everybody to have fun. Thank you so much for the stream. I'm enjoying it. I'm going to leave again. I swear I'm not coming back.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm glad you came up again. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. But Yeah, I think that I just said I was leaving.
Don't worry about it. You are fine.
I think that, for women who want to participate, I think that they'll find a lot of really good concepts and self-discovery in 4B. And I don't think that it matters whether, because I mean, men are going to do the men thing, right? They're going to be like, oh, if you do this, then you're going to destroy humanity. You're like, global warming is your fault if you decide to do 4B.
Isn't everything our fault? The stars come out at night, it's our fault.
WW2 is our fault. Like, everything is our fault. The Trojan War, blame it on the women.
Right.
So
that's I've been hearing so many guys say that, like, the human race is gonna die out and blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, the way I respond to that is I don't give a shit. I'd be like, I don't give a shit. I don't care. Because I know it just burns them up. So I do that to be petty. But it's like whatever happens, that's what's supposed to happen. So if humanity dies out, which I highly doubt it, but let's say it did, then that's Mother Nature's way of saying, you humans are, wreaking havoc on the planet, and I got to get rid of y'all. Whatever. But what I think will the real possibility is for a lot of these men to not be able to pass on their genes, so that future generations of men aren't as weak and aren't as what word I'm looking for, degenerate, I guess. So whatever comes of it comes of it. I'm good either way. I just know that when women take time to really just be, I always say, take time to be by yourself for at least 2 years, right? Because that first year, you're going to be like jonesing and like lonely and feeling some kind of way a lot of the times, whatever. If you can get through that first year and go through your second year, then you will spend time figuring out what you want, what you like, what you want out of life, what makes you happy, what makes you sad. Like, you really will get to know who you are. And the longer you do that, the less likely you are to even feel like you need to center a man again or whatever. It takes a lot of work to self-discover like that. I think the problem with a lot of women is they feel like they need the male gaze. They feel like they can't, their lives don't have meaning, right? Some guys say, what is the purpose of your life if you don't have a husband or kids or whatever? And a lot of women have internalized that. So it's hard for them to even imagine not having somebody. And my whole thing is, maybe it's not meant for you to be alone forever. But I do think all women should take time to themselves, get to know yourself. And then that way you show up in the world as your like higher authentic self, just because you took the time. But a lot of the rhetoric is to get the girls when they're 16 and 20 and whatever else, because they don't know no better. You get them, they get married and stuff before they even know who they are. And then now they're taken advantage of. Now they got kids, and now y'all saying that y'all don't want single mothers. And, now she's damaged goods, as they like to call it. Right. And it's like, I'm so against women getting married before 25. That's just me, though, because I feel like you have to know who you are first. And that's why a lot of these marriages when you're young don't typically last, because you change, you evolve into the person you're supposed to be. And you wasn't that person 5 years ago or 3 years ago. You're somebody else now. But that's the hardest part for women, is to get out of the mindset that they have to have a man in order to be happy, or they have to have kids in order to be happy. Get to know yourself first and then do those things. Don't rush into stuff. Don't let people, tell you what you need to be doing as a woman right now and all this other stuff. People will lead you right to hell every time. And a lot of times people really just want you to be as miserable as they are. Whatever mistakes they made, they want you to make the same mistakes. And they'll pretend like they don't, but they do. I don't know. That's the best piece of advice I could ever give any woman that's listening, is like, please just focus on yourself. Spend time getting to know you first, and then go from there.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, and it makes me think about like the women that are in my age group, like the 40 plus group.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that younger women have a lot of contention with like the older generations, right?
Yeah.
And like even today, like I was looking at a few streams that aren't particularly about this particular topic, but I was seeing like what I perceive to be older women, like and it's wild to me because like for me, I've always been about sisterhood, right? Like having, maybe because I grew up a lot around a lot of like really positive and powerful women, it was always important to me to have women like in my space. Like I want to talk to women, I want to be around women, I want to, just do life with, a good set of women that are looking to affect whatever positivity in their life. It doesn't even have to be anything monumental.
Yeah.
But what I notice a lot is like the older generation of women will go through all the trials and tribulations, and instead of going, well, I'm seeing more of it now as far as content is concerned.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like real-time conversations, what they don't do is they go back and like tell the younger girls, say, hey, this is what I went through, like be cautious of this, be cautious of that. What they'll do is say, oh, well, she's dumb,
Yeah.
whatever she gets she deserves because she don't know no better.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's not really what we're here for, right? That's what I thought, and I get into a lot of, because I do a lot of panel hopping, and I get into a lot of arguments with other women, even in the BWE space,
Yeah.
about like our job as older women and making sure that we're creating a safe space for younger women. Now they can flow in and out freely. They don't have to listen. They can say, oh, you old ladies, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. I'm gonna do my own thing.
Yeah.
But as long as that space is there for women to tap in when they feel like they need it, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But what I find more often is that the older women are just mad and they don't want to give that information. They don't want to give the lessons so that way we can steer the younger women away. And like, I have a huge issue with that.
I do too. I literally talked about that not too long ago. I'm like, I hate the fact that there are a lot of older women that really just want to see the next generation of girls suffer.
Yeah.
And then you have people like us that are like, no, let's try to steer them. Now, everybody isn't going to listen. Some women are hell bent on finding out the hard way. Like what they say, fuck around and find out. Some of them are just going to make the mistake. Some of them are just going to like not listen and say we're bitter and we're jealous and whatever else and blah, blah, blah. But some of them listen. And I always tell people, I'm one of the ones that listened when I was younger. I listened, I watched, I paid attention, and I listened to a lot of older women. And I was around women that was, they were jealous, and you knew they were because they would just say little things and do little things. But, I've kind of been fortunate to always have just as many positive female role models as I did negative. So, and I always knew like what direction I wanted my life to go when I was younger. So I'm like, well, that aligns with the positive women. So I'm going to just listen to them, and for me, it was really that simple, but I know it's probably not that simple for everybody, but I feel like this generation, the millennial generation, you would be a millennial, right?
Yeah, I'd be a older millennial. Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like I'll be 40 this year, so I feel like I'm like, I call myself the older millennial. I feel like our generation are more open, and I'm not all of us obviously, but like a big chunk of us are more open to like wanting to teach or share stories and stuff with like the younger women coming up. But before, like my mom's generation, it was like go pray, or go do this or go do that. It was like no help, no real like it was, but it wasn't like it is now. I feel like we're more open now. A lot more of us are open to going to therapy and reading self-help books, and we're just more open to it. And I hope that what's after us, Gen Z, I hope that they pass it on. Like, go I hope they're better off than us. Well,
right.
The way things are going, I don't know. Like, as far as the laws and stuff, like I don't know if we're heading back to the Stone Age or what, but hopefully they will pick up on the same thing because they got social media now. There's a lot of information out there, which I was saying before is one of the reasons why I think they want to get rid of TikTok, because women unite big time on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
You know, share our stories and give advice to each other. And a lot of women are waking up from that. And I don't think the powers that be like that very much. So they want them to sell TikTok so that they can wash it down and censor the hell out of it and not push content like ours through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just my own theory. That's just what I think. But
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think that there's a status quo that, folks are trying to get back to, right?
yeah,
And in order to get back to that at this point, because they know they can't do it socially, like, social engineering is not working the same way that it used to do 20, 30 years ago.
right.
So instead of doing the social engineering, they much rather opt into, okay, well, we're going to put X, Y, and Z into law. We're going to make these policies. But I think even with that, what we're going to see is that at the end of the day, women, whether they be young or old, are starting to make decisions for themselves. I can hear it in the music, even though that part is controversial. Like, I have a lot of disagreements about like the female rage trap music. I love it. I love it. When I hear it, it gets me energized for the work, for the gym, whichever. But a lot of people have contentions with that because they're like, oh, it's bringing the community down. And I'm like, well, the message isn't for you. Like, if you're not hearing, it's not for you. So if you're not hearing what the girlies are hearing, you just need to step to the left and be okay.
I
You know
totally
what
agree. Oh my God. I agree
But
100%. I say the same thing.
yeah, it's wild to me that, because I mean, that same conversation was had with, the 8.5 by 11s when they were talking about NWA, right?
Yep.
But now it's the non 8.5, it's the male demographic that are saying, oh, you're bringing the communities down. And yeah, and I'm like, but the message isn't for you. So if you're not getting down with the get down, then it's not meant to be. And that should be okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody was tripping on y'all when y'all were talking about shoot 'em up, bang, bang. And these girls are just talking about, he gives me the ick.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And
Like,
so many people had a problem with NWA outside of the Black community, but the one group of people who did not have a problem with NWA or Uncle Luke, you remember Uncle Luke, right? Was Black men. But see, the problem is when women take power or seem like they got power over their own autonomy, now it's a problem. If they can't capitalize off of the women's sexualized image or whatever, now it's a problem. But it wasn't a problem when Uncle Luke was telling us, pop them teas. You know what I mean? But nobody tripping then. And I grew up in that era, so we was always doing all the little dances to the song. And I feel the same, and people gonna get mad at me. I said this before. I feel the same way about like R. Kelly. Like, R. Kelly did his dirt and he's getting what's coming to him or whatever, but y'all ain't I'm not finna sit up here and act like all of a sudden I don't like none of R. Kelly's music. That's not how the brain works. That's just not how it works. But I'm just using him as an example. I bump R. Kelly almost every day. So at the end of the day, I'm not finna pretend that he don't have a bunch of songs that I don't like. My whole thing is I know how to separate the artist from the music. So, but the same thing with the rap girlies. I'm like, I pretty much support all of them. The only ones that I really actively do not support, honestly, is Sexy Red and what's the other the girl who sound, I can't think of her name. She real funny looking.
The light skin one?
I think she light skinned or mixed. Well, y'all in the chat box, who's Sexy Red and who's the other new young girl that everybody talk about? I can't think of her name right now.
I don't know. I just know I hear the songs and I'll be like, oop, that's the one. Let me turn this up. Let me turn my bass on.
Right. But I can't not Sukihana. I actually like Sukihana for some strange reason. Ice Spice. Ice Spice. Thank you for that, Cheryl. Yeah, I just can't get with Ice Spice, and I can't get with what's her name? Sexier. I just can't. But all the other rap girlies, when I tell you I love them, Doja, love Doja Cat, love Megan Thee Stallion, love Lotto. A lot of people don't like Saweetie. I like Saweetie. Like a lot of people don't like her for some reason. Whatever. I like her. Cardi B. A lot of people don't like. Well, a lot of people do like Cardi B. A lot of black women be like, I don't like her. She don't like black women. I can separate the artist from the music. If a song come on and my body just feels like dancing, then it just is what it is. Like I'm not tripping. But I feel like if we're gonna boycott music because of whatever, we'll find ourselves literally boycotting everything. Because you will find everybody got a pass, everybody did something behind closed doors, everybody got an agenda, everybody, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But I mean,
they're dealing with that now with all these court cases going on, right? You know what I'm saying? I said they're dealing with that now with all the court cases going on, you know, all these allegations that are happening.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, the undertone of that is like what was really hip hop other than this group of men that were doing some of these alleged things. But I'm not going to go into that. But I get your point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, you know, at the end of the day, like I said, I think 4B is for me is such an exciting thing. And I think that women should, if you're not going to participate, at least just look into it. Go to the website. Look into the content creators that are talking about it, and then, you know, kind of look back, you know, at yourself and see where you're at with things. Because at the end of the day, like, and I'm a gardener, right? So, you know, gardening has been therapeutic for me. I always suggest it to women, you know, if you're looking at what has value, like when we're talking about like soil and seeds and what it produces, and when you're talking about nutrients. And I use that analogy a lot when I think about myself, when I think about what I have to put into me in order to be the best that I can be, to produce the best fruits that I can produce. And for me, thinking about like 4B is kind of that exploration, right? And whether women take it seriously and go in, like they go over the ledge and say, this is where I'm at, this is where I'm going to be, you know, all those things are your choice. But I think that women should absolutely look at this content and take it a lot more seriously than what they have been doing. And just, you know, forget, because there's always going to be naysayers. There are going to be people that say that you have your place. You shouldn't be doing these things. You shouldn't be conversating and having conversations and discourse about this because it's problematic to things other than yourself. And that's like one of the big focal points is that there are so many people, men and women included, that will tell you not to do something because it affects other things other than yourself. It affects the community. It affects men's feelings. It affects all these other things than what's in your own best interest, right?
Right.
And my thing with that is like, why wouldn't I consider me first? Why wouldn't I want to pour into myself first?
Exactly.
And, you know, that's really it. That's all I had to say. But I wanted to come up here and just share that story with you about my younger sister. But it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Yeah, talking to you too. Thank you so much. You can come back anytime.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I'm getting going. Have a good night, guys. Bye.
So yeah, I wanted to address this. She said, I'm going to have to heavily disagree with the R. Kelly thing. Even if you like an artist's music, you still shouldn't give them money after doing awful stuff. I personally can't listen to someone after that. Listen, I totally respect your decision. But unless I don't know how the streaming stuff works now. Like, I haven't bought an album in like, I don't know, almost 15, 20 years. So I just get on YouTube Music and just like type in a song or an artist, and I make playlists like that. So I don't know if that's actually supporting them or not. I'm not buying music. I'm not going to anybody's concerts. I'm not doing none of that. But I still like your music, right? I was just at work. I'd be driving my big rigs at work. and I was just listening to Thoya Thawing by R. Kelly a couple times today, and I'm just in there just like, because that was my shit. So at the end of the day, look, I'm not gonna pretend. If a song come on the radio, I don't listen to the radio, but if a song come on at a party or whatever at the building I'm working at, and I like the song, I'm not gonna pretend like I don't like it just because of whatever they did in their personal life. Like, that would just be weird. Like, oh, let me act like I don't like this song and turn this off because they were some kind of, I don't know, essay or whatever. I understand how that could turn some people off, but like I said, I know how to separate the artist from, I can compartmentalize that. A lot of people don't have the ability to do that. I guess that's a mental thing. Like, some people can mentally turn certain stuff off and turn the other thing. I can do it. Some people can't, but everybody's definitely entitled. I get it. I definitely understand, like, why some people are like, no, after this person did this, when you find out the stuff Prince did, like, do you stop listening to Prince? Like, you've been listening to Prince for like 30 years. Like, I'm just using it as an example. Like, everybody did something, right? The stuff Michael Jackson was accused of that I'm still not convinced that he actually did. We're going to stop listening to Michael Jackson? Like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, Adam said, if we canceled everyone, we would just have to listen to no music at all. And music is everything to me. I'm not stopping listening to no music. So, I'm sorry, but I can't do it. Coffee Crochet said, exactly, I can't wrap my head around it. They want us to sit idly by doing nothing. But if you bother them when they're in the middle of their hobby, all of a sudden you're clingy as fuck. Or clingy girlfriend. Yeah, that's true. I'm a plant mama, no kids for me. Yep, same here. Adam said, what would be left after canceling every musician? Classical music? Laugh out loud. Not even the people making gospel music are totally clean. Right. That's what I'm saying. This whole canceling thing, it's always just been weird to me that people want to cancel people for stuff. Before social media, was there even a such thing as cancel culture? Like, you either liked somebody or you didn't. Like, I don't know. But like I said before, if we found out that the makers of toilet tissue were pedophiles, I'm gonna say pedo, are y'all gonna stop buying toilet tissue? I'm just saying, because there's a very high chance that the person or the people who are behind it probably are, because a lot of those billionaires are into that type of stuff, apparently, from what we're hearing, right? Are you gonna stop using toilet tissue? I mean, I'm just like, you can't cancel everything, like, but I guess you can pick and choose what you cancel. Obviously, everybody can pick and choose, but like, I'm not. If I like something, I like it. People be looking at me crazy because I listen to Cardi B or Ruby Rose or whoever, Sukiana or somebody. I'm just like, look, it's just music. And I think I come from that era too, where we know that music is not real life. You know what I mean? We know that this is not. So I grew up listening to Lil' Kim heavy, right? Would never do none of the shit she rapped about. She probably wouldn't even. Who knows what she was into? You know what I mean? Who knows? But I know I wouldn't. I'm not doing none of that. But I listen to her heavy, right? Why? Because I know how to separate music from real life. If you don't know how to do that, and I'm not saying the comment that I'm referring to, I'm not saying you don't. Who was that? So I don't want you to think I'm coming. Llama Gang. Yeah, I'm not talking to you directly. So I just want to make that clear. But I'm saying people in general. If you don't know how to like separate the two, like that's a problem for the person. Like, teach your kids that there's a difference between reality and fantasy. Like, but yeah, I used to bump Lil' Kim like nothing, like nobody's business growing up. And I'm like, I wouldn't do none of that for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, but she was just an escape. Sometimes you just like, some artists will bring out the hidden part of you or whatever. Do y'all remember that meme of this like plain cartoon of a white guy just driving with both hands on the steering wheel? and it said something like, how I be on my way to work after listening while I'm listening to songs about shooting people or something. And he was just a plain old guy that you wouldn't even think would be listening to that. Did y'all ever see that meme going around? But like, that's literally the best way to describe it. Like, you don't have to necessarily be about that life or whatever. You just like the music, you know? I agree. I disowned Chris Brown after Rihanna got beat up. I was mad at Chris Brown for a long time. Pissed. But you know what made me get over it? The fact that Rihanna decided to forgive him. Even though she didn't get back with him and she was done with him. She was like, I'm not going to carry this hate in my heart for him. If she forgave him, who are we to say? And Chris Brown is like a perfect example of a Black man who just gets in his own fucking way. Because regardless to how atrocious he is in his relationships, that man is so fucking talented. I can't take that from him. Nobody can. He is so fucking talented. He can do everything and do everything very well. He just gets in his own way. Like, he's damaged goods as far as I'm concerned. And I hate that for him. But also, look at Rihanna. Look at where Rihanna is. Yep. So, but yeah, I was always a huge fan of Chris Brown. Sorry, not sorry. Like I said, I know how to separate the artist from their personal life. I think if we were to ever find out the true lives behind any of these artists, y'all would literally have to cancel everybody. Every famous person, every rapper, every singer, every gospel singer, y'all would have to cancel literally everybody. But I guess it just takes for you to only cancel people when certain stuff come to the surface, I guess. But everybody got their dirt. Everybody got their dirt. R. Kelly doesn't make money from music though, right? I might be wrong. I don't think so. Wasn't he trying to get his master's or something? And that's why all this stuff started coming out about him. Because that's typically what they do. If y'all haven't noticed this pattern with Black artists and Black actors in Hollywood, especially the males in particular, the moment they try to own something or get their masters or buy a network or something, all the allegations about them come out. And that's when there's a witch hunt. I think it's been set up for them like that this whole time. It happens to pretty much all of them sooner or later. That's just my theory. Now, am I giving them a pass? Absolutely not. Because you wouldn't have got caught in some hotel cheating scandal if you was at home with your wife. So I have no sympathy for you. But I'm just using that as an example. But I do think he was trying to get his master's or something when this whole thing happened. Same thing happened to Prince. Same thing happened to Michael Jackson. Same thing happened to Bill Cosby. Now P. Diddy, because P. Diddy went after the Ciroc company or something and tried to sue them. After that happened, look at what's happening to him now. This is a pattern. This is going to happen to all of them sooner or later. If they ain't covering their tracks, if they ain't smart about it, it's rigged for them to fail. I mean, that's just my own personal opinion. Somebody said, yeah, Prince, I dropped him immediately. You know what? I liked Prince, but I was never a real diehard Prince fan. It was just like a few songs that I liked of him. He was just too feminine for me. I don't like no feminine man. I mean, not if you're my bestie, like if he was like my best friend, that's one thing. But a lot of women were attracted to the makeup and the eyeliner and stuff. I'm like, absolutely not. And he was too skinny, and pretty sure he was super short. I'm 5'11". My height requirement was always 6'3", 6'2", 6'3", 6'4". So I didn't look at him like that. There was nothing about this man that I found attractive, but some women was into that, wanting to have babies with him, and I'm just like, really? I am not gonna let some man with eyeliner thicker than mine getting on top of me. I'm sorry. Or whatever they was doing. I can't even imagine that. Like, how, I don't know. I ain't gonna get into that right now. I stopped using toilet paper and use cloths. Really? Okay. This might be a little graphic. After 1 and 2, or just after 1, Heather? Because of what? I'm not trying to shame you or nothing. I worked in healthcare for a long time, right? So, most nursing homes and hospitals and stuff that I worked at had wipes, baby wipes that we used. Well, they wasn't baby wipes, but they were wipes for like adults. And we used those to like help clean them up, and then we would go in with the soapy wash rag and clean them. So this one nursing home I worked at, we had a meeting at 6 o'clock in the morning one day because I worked third shift, and we got off at 6:30. So our meeting was at 6 o'clock, and the meeting was about the fact that they were getting rid of the wipes, and from now on we have to use washcloths to clean up these residents. And when I tell y'all, I was so fucking annoyed. I kept raising my hand like, so you mean to tell me y'all gonna get rid of wipes? Why? Okay. So what are we supposed to do with the wash rags? Throw them away, right? Oh gosh, no, you're not supposed to throw them away. You have to take them down to the hopper. It was this thing where you're supposed to go and wash stuff out. Use like hand wash it before you throw it in the laundry. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. And she said, well, those are the new rules and blah, blah, blah. And we're going to keep track of the towels. I'm like, when I tell you I raised my hand like 100 times, I was like, so then she's like, I'm like, okay, well, what happens if, so basically y'all are going to spend more money replacing washcloths than y'all would us wiping them with wipes and throwing the wipes away. Because I can assure you that mostly none of us are going to go down to that. How I was telling, this was like the administrator, and I'm literally telling her, I can assure you that none of us are going to go down there and wash shit out of washcloths with behind every resident, and sometimes multiple residents. The same resident multiple times a night. I'm like, ain't nobody doing that. They were like, well, we're going to keep track and make sure. How you going to keep track? When I tell you I was so irritated. So whenever I hear somebody say they use washcloths I'm just like, I have PTSD. Literally. I'm not even joking. Adam said I want a bidet. I do too, actually. I do too. But man, listen. A cloth instead of toilet paper, that is wild. That's so funny. I mean, hey, everybody has their preferences when it comes to that. But that's the reason why I have PTSD when she said that. I'm like, they really tried to force us. Now, don't get me wrong. I tried it once or twice. And then after that, we started throwing after each resident. Because I was trying to stress to them, like, look, it's not fair that y'all laundry soap is really not that good. And it's kind of fucked up that we got these residents with all these different types of bowel movements. I'm not going to go into detail, but so many different types and colors and whatever. And y'all want us to save those washcloths so the next resident can use that same washcloth to wash their face. And we know that y'all ain't killing 100% of those germs in that washing machine. So I started throwing the bitches away. And my other coworkers was throwing that shit away. Use a washcloth. We throwing that shit away. I'm sorry. Then they had another meeting some months later talking about somebody's throwing away the washcloths. And it's costing us so much money. I sat there like, didn't I try to tell you it was going to cost you more money to keep replacing washcloths than it was to just keep the wipes? Like, when I tell you I had zero sympathy for that company, zero. So yeah, anytime I hear somebody talking about a washcloth, I'm just like, absolutely not. But you should be bathing. What you mean by that? We bathe with a wash. Black people typically use a washcloth when we wash up or take a shower anyway. But as far as doing number 2, okay, if I'm out somewhere and I can't get a shower, I always usually have my little personal wipes with me anyway. I personally like wipes. If I'm at home, I'm using tissue and I'm getting the shower. I know that's probably TMI, but I'm just saying I'm using tissue and I'm getting the shower. I'm not going to fuck up because for me, I would throw away all my washcloths. Like I would literally just throw them away. I'm just saying. And to replace them instead of tissue, that's what's getting me. I don't know. Adams, I thought that about Prince too until I saw the Chappelle show. Listen, to this very day, that was like my favorite episode. Was the Prince episode, the Rick James episode, and the episode with Wayne Brady. Oh, and the Training Day one. Listen, I think Prince was at the top of the list. It was either that one or it was the other one that I just Rick James. Oh my God. When I tell you that was like the funniest shit ever to me. As a matter of fact, y'all making me Mika said I used to want to be a nurse. You would have had to do a little bit of that as a nurse, but that was really CNA stuff. I mean, you could have been one of those nurses that's like, nah, I'm not doing that. The nurse, the CNA got to do it. You know, it would have been up to you. But I was kind of riding on both sides of that. So I was a CNA for a long time, and then I was in nursing school. And the only reason why I didn't finish is because I dropped in the semester before the last because of the COVID thing. I had to get the COVID vaccine and I refused it. So I walked away from that. But as a nurse, you would have had to do it a little bit, but for the most part, you wouldn't have to if you didn't want to. If you would have delegated that stuff to the CNAs, you could have as a nurse. So you still see stuff and whatever, but it's not nearly as bad if you compare nurses to CNAs. I hate washcloths too. They harbor so much bacteria and get stinky very fast. They do. But that's what I'm saying. Imagine, so that's just washing your face or just washing your body normally. And then you hang it up somewhere, especially in the summertime, right? But anyways, imagine using that to wipe after going number 2. Like, there is no way I can keep those washcloths. Oh my God. And I wouldn't want the task of scrubbing it out, like, or throwing them in the wash like that or whatever. But to each his own, you know, everybody has their what's the word I'm looking for? Preferences, right? Adam said the blind black KKK members. Oh yes. I talk about that one with my coworker all the time. Clayton Bigsby. Wait, was it Clayton? I think that was Clayton Bigsby. And he wrote the book, and then he was doing his protest or whatever and speaking. And that guy's head exploded when he took that KKK hood off his head and they saw that he was black. Oh my God. There are so many deranged black people like that. That was a good episode. I forgot about that one. And that was another one too. When Tyrone Biggums had to go to that elementary school to teach those kids about drugs. When I tell you I was crying laughing when I first saw that, I was literally crying. Oh, I started watching a show called The Resident on Netflix, like starting, I think early this week I started watching it. It's been on there since 2021. But I just now discovered it like a few days ago. And I've been binging the shit out of that show. It's called The Resident on Netflix. It is so good. It's a medical drama, if y'all don't know about it. And if you want to know how fucked up the healthcare system is, this show will show you so much of the reality of healthcare. It's actually a good show. It's the way that they describe it is that it's a mixture of House and Grey's Anatomy. That's how they describe it. And that's exactly dead on. But it's actually a really good show. But if y'all want to, we always talk about how effed up the medical industry is. If you really want to learn like how they make decisions and how they don't care about you if you ain't got insurance and all that stuff, like y'all would love it. If y'all interested in trying to find something to watch. It's only 3 seasons right now. So, I mean, I hope they get more. But yeah. In case y'all, somebody last week, somebody asked me what was my favorite shows on YouTube. I mean, not on YouTube, on Netflix or whatever that I like to watch. So I started watching that. Mika said, I love Grey's. I gotta check it out. It is really good. Like, I just finished the first season. So I think I'm on season 2, maybe close to halfway through episode 2. So, and it's only 3 seasons so far, but it came out in 21. So hopefully it'll get some more, because that's the thing about Netflix. You never know. I don't like, if I see that a show only has like 2 seasons or 1 season, I don't even like watching it, because I'm like, it's gonna leave you hanging. Ain't gonna be nothing left. And a lot of times those shows don't come back. So with this one, I'm hoping it does. So we'll see. Maybe it might not. But Grey is on season 20. Ain't that crazy? Somebody just asked me too. Was that show still on? And I was like, I think it is. I haven't watched it in forever. Damn it. Okay. Did I ever watch House? Yes. I used to love House. That was like, I think I liked House more than Grey's Anatomy, honestly. I watched Grey's Anatomy up until like the 3rd season, I think, and for what it was a good show. I don't know why I stopped watching it, actually. I think when they got rid of that black doctor, the one that was dating the Asian lady, I think they got rid of him because in real life he said something about the rainbow community. I can't say the word, I don't think. Something he did, which I didn't think it was worth him losing his role on that show. I think I was mad about that, and I think that's probably what made me stop watching it. But it was actually a good show, but that was a long time ago. Oh my God! And during that whole Grey's Anatomy time, I was into Desperate Housewives. Desperate Housewives is still, besides Friends and Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Desperate Housewives is like my top favorite show. So bad that I literally right now have all 8 seasons on DVD. And those last like 4 or 5 seasons, because the first couple was cheap. The last 4 or 5 seasons was like $50 a pop for each fucking season, like from like season 5 on up or something. They went to season 8. I have all seasons of Desperate Housewives. Isaiah Washington. Yep, that's his name. Yeah, when they got rid of him, I kind of stopped watching after that. Yeah, I was pissed about that. I was like, really? Dr. Burke, that was his name. I stopped watching. Really? Yeah, I don't know. I just was like, fuck this show. But it was a good show though. I like Kenan and Kel and computer games. Yeah, I used to like that too, actually, back in the day. DVD is the way to go. This paying for difference. I swear, listen. I said the same thing. Y'all know they've been, and I could be late, but they bringing back the vinyl records. I was in Target, and was it Target or Walmart? I think it was Target. And I saw a bunch of vinyl records. And I'm like, they bring it back to they probably been out for years and I wouldn't have even noticed, but I just noticed the shit like about a few months ago. And I went on Amazon and I'm like, I'm finna get me a record player like from back in the day. I'm finna get me a vinyl record player and I'm finna stock up on vinyl records again. I really am. I've been binge watching Martin. Yeah, I know. Fresh Prince is my favorite shit, yo. It wasn't just that a cast member he's allegedly harassing him about it in another season. Oh, okay. I thought I remember them saying that he said something that they didn't agree with, and I was like, that's not a good enough reason to get rid of someone. He has the right to feel how he wants. But if he was harassing the guy about it, then leave people alone. You know what I mean? I don't like nobody harassing people or bullying them or whatever. I can't stand it. So if that's what happened, then I get it. Then I guess he got what he deserved. Yeah, I didn't know that. I just thought it was he said something, so he had to be canceled and made an example out of type shit, Can't watch Crown. I think I ever watched that. I brought my sister 2 vinyls for Christmas. The vinyl, the first thing I noticed when I saw the vinyls, it was Britney Spears. And I was like, oh my God. So to give y'all a little background, I loved me some Britney Spears. Judge me all you want. I loved me some Britney Spears. I saw that vinyl record and I'm like, oh my God, I think I want to get this. But I didn't get it yet. But I know if I decide, whenever I decide I want to get it, I know it'll most likely be available. But I used to love Britney Spears. I remember the very first time I watched the video Baby One More Time, and she walked down the hall and she was just like, girl, where'd she come from? And so, yeah, I was a fan ever since. And yes, I was a part of Free Britney. Yeah, I was. Because the stuff that she went through, I was like, fuck. But that's how it is when you're a child star. A lot of them just end up so damaged by the industry. So I kind of hate that for them. But yeah, Britney Spears, the Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, Christina Aguilera. Who else I used to listen to? Pink, Nelly Furtado, all of the white boy bands, Creed, Matchbox 20. Y'all probably don't know nothing about them, but I'm telling you, I have a whole playlist of all of them right now as I speak. It's a lot of them too. Nickelback. I got a whole list. As a matter of fact, let me look at it real quick. Yeah, I got a whole list of my favorite like white artists that I used to listen to. In the 90s, to me, that was like the best time for music, for all genres of music. To me, that's my own personal opinion. Crypto, Three Doors Down, Daughtry, Aerosmith, Train. Y'all probably don't know a lot of these artists. Celine might, but the Backstreet Boys, yeah. Third Eye Blind, Vertical Horizon, Jordan Knight, Robin, the Goo Goo Dolls, Faith Hill, Collective Soul, Creed, Elton John. Who else I got on here? Melissa Etheridge. Who else I got on here? Savage Garden, Incubus. Who else? Yeah. So far for this playlist. Yeah, I listen to everything, y'all. Literally. Yep. Love me some Celine Dion. I feel bad for what she's going through right now. She has like, what they said she got, lupus or something. I can't remember what it was. Who know about Robin? Robin know about Robin? Okay. Love me some Robin. Robin was so chill and so girl next door. My favorite song from her still is Show Me Love. My favorite Robin song. I literally can listen to that song on repeat, like for hours. When I tell you that's my shit, I love her. I wonder whatever happened to her actually. Creed. Oh yeah, Metallica. How long you said Metallica? Wait, what she said? I love seeing her and every bit of her. Okay. He said the list goes on. Yes, it's a long list. I wish I was born in the 90s. I feel like I was born during the wrong era. Wait, how old are you? Were you born in the 2000s? The early 2000s? You an early 2000 baby? Or was you a 80s baby? No, if you was an 80s baby, you would have grew up in the 90s. So what, you an early 2000s? Girl, that kind of is the wrong era if that's true, because that was like the end of all the good music. The end of the 90s, that's when it all changed. The early 2000s still had some really decent good music, but it started going downhill after that. Like, it's just not the same anymore. Oh, she said Brandy. Oh yeah, who didn't love Brandy? You talking about the singer Brandy, right? You didn't talk about the singer Brandy. I will listen to Sexy Red. Oof. How do y'all listen to Sexy Red? Metallica. So I cannot get into Sexy Red. I don't know what it is. I just can't do it. I will rather listen to Sukihana. And Sukihana is actually talented. I just hate that her antics just overshadow her talent. She's actually, actually listened to a few of her songs, and I'm like, I really like these songs. Her antics just take over, and everybody just know her for being ratchet and, you know, saying crazy shit, you know. But that's what, you know, that's what she choose. But Titanic is one of those movies I can just watch over and over and over again. Yeah, what's a movie I can watch over and over? I can watch all of the Mummy movies. What else I like to watch over and over again? National Treasure. Was it 2 or 3 of those? National Treasure movies. I watch those a lot. All the Resident Evils, all of the John Wicks, the Equalizers, all of those. The ones I can just keep watching. I just watched Mean Girls again the other day for like the 7 millionth time. I can watch Mean Girls over and over and over and over again. When I tell you that's one of my favorite like teen like movies. She said, "Oh, throat cancer." Okay, I know it has something to do with her not being able to sing anymore. Oh, God. Can you imagine? How the fuck do people get throat cancer? I actually had a auntie that died from throat and mouth cancer in like 2019, I think it was. But she was a smoker too. But I don't know if I doubt Celine was a smoker. I don't think she would. How do you get throat cancer? Her husband died of throat cancer, but she has a stiff person syndrome. God damn. Really? That is so hard to deal with. 90s R&B. Listen. That was the end of good music, especially for R&B. Like the 90s, that was it. 2002, I knew it. When you said you wish you was, I'm like, you got to be early 2000s, because if you was born in the 80s, you would have known that was the lit time. That was lit. Being born in the 80s and then growing up in the 90s was so lit. God, it was lit. Cassette tapes. Do y'all know I still got a VHS tape somewhere? And I've kept this tape since 2007 because my cousin, when I was living down south, she recorded like 3 or 4 episodes of American Idol, the auditions only. It was the season that Fantasia won. So I think it was like season 3. And she put on a VHS tape and gave it to me because she know how much I love watching the American Idol, just the auditions. After the auditions was over, I pretty much stopped watching. For every season, it was like that. It was only a couple of them that I kind of watched the performances. It was the year that Constantine and I think Daughtry was against each other. If I'm not mistaken, was it Daughtry? Somebody. Constantine and somebody. And I remember I wanted Constantine to win and he didn't. But other than that, I really didn't watch the live performances. I only watched them for the auditions. And I still have, that is the only VHS tape that I have to this very day is American Idol auditions, which were fucking hilarious. I'm gonna tell you, I watched that shit so many times when I was younger. Like, I memorized everybody's audition, every word they said, everything the judges said, Simon, everything, the way they sung the song. I'm goofy like that. So that's the only VHS tape I got in the whole world. And I've had it since 2000. No, it was 2005, actually. It was 2005. So I've had it. Wow. I really had that tape for this long. That's crazy. I've had that tape for 20 years. Wow. I still got it somewhere in my stuff. Oh, Brandy in the chat. Oh, okay. I'm gonna read the rest of these and I'm gonna get up. Oh, I'm so sorry. If Sonia Gibson is still here. Thank you for the super chat. Keep up the good work. I love your content. I meant to when it's not Angelica. Angelicia. What she say her name was? I feel bad now. When she was up here, I meant to shout out Sonia. I don't know if she's still in the chat or not, but thank you for that. But I'm finna get off of here, y'all, because I'm getting sleepy. Wait, Celine Dion lost her husband and brother within the same year. Really? Well, she's been through a lot. And she just seemed like such a cool person, too. I mean, I don't know her in real life, obviously. But The Matrix, yep. Watch all the Matrix movies. The Equalizer. Oh, yeah, I like the Spice Girls. The Django Unchained was just funny to me, even though was that supposed to be funny? Because it was one of those movies where I just laughed at the most inappropriate stuff. I don't know. Was that movie supposed to be a comedy? I figured since Jamie Foxx was in it, it was supposed to be funny. I don't know. Cheetah Girls. That was all right. I was never really into them like that. I didn't think they were bad or nothing. I just wasn't really into them. Ladies, this chat has been a breath of fresh air. No boy talk is nice, but it's still my bedtime. I got. So I was okay. If you're, she probably gone. That was at 11:14. Oh, she might still be here. Okay, if you still in here, good night. I'm so glad you came out. I said like it was a party, right? Thank you for coming to my party. Oh, we still got 106 people here. New Jack City. Somebody said New Jack Swing, but it made me think of New Jack City. That's another movie I can watch over and over. Y'all might not know about that. Some of y'all might know about it. A lot of the music you hear now are remixes. Like 99% of them literally remixes. I'm like, and they're not even all that good, a lot of them. You know, some songs should just be left alone. Now I be understanding why Prince used to get so mad about people just remaking music and not like actually creating from scratch. Now I understand. I really do. Oh, Nickelodeon. Yes. Who used to watch Goosebumps? Anybody who used to watch Goosebumps? My 80s babies that grew up in the 90s. Did y'all used to rush home to watch Goosebumps? And then on Saturday nights, America's Most Wanted. And then what else used to come on back then? Unsolved Mysteries. I used to watch that a lot. Me and my sister could not watch either of those two shows by ourselves. We loved watching it, but we couldn't watch it alone. I couldn't watch it alone. She couldn't. It'll go on commercial. It'll be like, oh, hey, hurry up. It's going to come back on. You know, we just had to watch it together because we was terrified. But we couldn't turn away at the same time. What else came out back then? Angelica. That's what she said her name was. Yep. I forgot about Matilda. Y'all want to know what my favorite childhood movie was and always will be? Mrs. Doubtfire. So when I tell y'all that me and my brothers and sisters cried when, like, real tears when Robin Williams died. Oh my God, we were so hurt because he was like our whole childhood. We used to watch Miss Doubtfire over and over and over again, and Jumanji, and there was one more movie we used to watch a lot. Was it the clown movie where he was a clown or something? I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, we were like devastated, as if y'all would have thought Robin Williams was like our dad. How devastated we were. Like what? Like what happened? Oh my God. Oh, Dateline. Yep. Goosebumps. Goosebumps was my shit. It was scary, but I used to like it. Tales from the Crypt. Yes. She said I was obsessed with Unsolved Mysteries and America's Most Wanted. Yes. Tales from the Crypt. That was another one. Me and my sister could not watch it by ourselves. I used to get in trouble for watching Unsolved or for Unsolved Mysteries because I have nightmares but still watch. Yes. Ain't that crazy? I'm going to tell y'all who I used to have nightmares about. Freddy Krueger. And I still wanted to watch Freddy Krueger. Why? I don't know. Jason. I don't know why I still want to watch Jason. I had nightmares several times a week that I still wanted to watch. Chucky. I think I was more afraid of Chucky. Let's see. Who was Freddy Krueger, Chucky, Jason, in that order. I don't know why I was terrified, but I literally could not stop watching it. It was just so weird. Yeah, I remember when Robin Williams passed. Oh, when I tell you, I was like devastated. Miss Doubtfire stayed on TV. Yes. You never know what people are going through. Like, I know. I think about him sometimes. I'm like, what was he dealing with? And I always feel like people who take their lives, I always feel like they feel alone. They have to, because for you to like, but he was so loved. It's so amazing how you can be so loved and like revered, and you just still feel alone, or you feel like something's missing or whatever. It's just, oh, it's so sad. Yeah, him and who else famous? Michael Jackson. There's a few people I think about every now and then that cross my mind. Like, I think some people just had hard lives or just was going through so much. Yes. Are You Afraid of the Dark? Oh, I forgot about that one. That was another one of our favorites. I don't know if I remember Pinocchio. I remember Pinocchio, but I don't know if I remember watching the movie. Oh, you know, another movie. Who remembers Charlotte's Web? That was like my favorite story. When I was like in fourth grade, I think. That was my favorite story. And when they finally came out with the movie, when I tell you I was ecstatic, I was like, oh, they came out with a Charlotte's Web movie. I was so excited. Charlotte's Web, and there was this book called The Three Little Pigs as Told by the Wolf. So it was like the wolf side of the story. I don't know if y'all ever heard of that, but that was like that, and Charlotte's Web was like my two favorite childhood books. I don't know why. But I used to read a lot too when I was a kid. My older brother made me watch Chucky. Probably to scare you. Scare you into being good. Some shit my brother would do. Chucky was scary back then. Now they turn into a horror comedy. Definitely. It was scary back then. It's crazy now because it's not now. But it was so scary back then. I don't know. And then, how many of y'all ever fell asleep watching a movie and then you dreamed because you could still hear, right? You dreamed what was happening in the movie. So like the movie was playing in the background, but you were asleep, but you were a part of the movie in some way. That happens to me all the time. Still, when I was a kid, teenager, even to this very day. If I fall asleep watching Desperate Housewives, for an example, and I don't know, Edie and Susan is breaking into Paul Young's house. If that's happening in my dream, I'm one of them. I'm either Edie or Susan, and I'm breaking into Paul's house, or I'm somewhere in the corner, like watching everything happen. But somehow I'm a part of the dream. How many of y'all had dreams like that? Because I have dreams like that all the time. It's so weird. Which said that happens to me. Yeah. Or even if you listen to the radio. If I'm listening to the radio, I'll tell you exactly what always happens. If I'm listening to the radio, I'm somewhere performing that song. So like if I'm sleeping, I'm listening to, I don't know, one of Monica's songs, Why I Love You So Much. I'm just thinking of something. I'll be in my dream, somebody would be like, Joyce is about to sing karaoke. She's gonna sing while, and I'm up there singing it because that's the song that's playing in the background while I'm asleep. That happens to me all the time. It's so weird. But ever since I was a kid. He said, I got at least 212 movies in my lifetime. Wait, what? That you like? Like your favorites? I still have them. Got woken up by an earthquake. It was in my dream. Wow. Have y'all ever had a dream that you were dreaming in a dream? Wait, am I saying that right? So like you're dreaming, but your dream is a dream. Maybe I'm not saying that right. Or if you are asleep and you know you're dreaming, because you know a lot of times your dreams feel real, but other times I know that I'm dreaming. And if it's a scary dream, I know to try to shake myself to wake myself up. Does that happen to anybody else? That is so crazy, ain't it? Inception. Who said that? Yeah. Crazy. That's like real life. That's why I like that movie so much, because I felt like it was based on like people's experiences. Like people really had dreams like that. I know I've had dreams like that my whole life. Somebody's like coming to kill me or something, and I'm terrified. I would be like laying down, and I would feel myself do this, like I'm shaking myself as if I have the presence of mind to know to shake myself. The same way if your cousin or your sister or somebody came to shake you to wake you up, and I do it to wake myself up, to escape whatever's going to happen to me in my dream. Adam said, yes, I had a dream in a dream. It was a weird dream, but the events of the dream happened. Maybe. Yeah. Listen, we can get into that. I've had many dreams where somewhere down the road, like months later or whatever, like some part of that dream happened, or like the whole thing happened. I've had that happen like probably like a handful of times throughout my life. Maybe more than that, but I can recall like a few times. And I'd be scared when I had certain dreams, and I wake up, I'd be like, oh, I hope they don't happen for real. Yes, I've definitely had dreams like that. That happened to me today. The earthquake was in my dream, but it was real. We had an earthquake. Oh, wow. Are you from New York? Hey. You know, I only been to New York one time, and that was in 2007. Was it? Oh, no, wait. It was either 2007 or 2008, I think. And we stayed in Manhattan. I got a whole story about that, but I don't want to get into that right now. But I actually had the time of my life. The friend that I went with, she died in 2012, and we were supposed to go back. We kept saying, we're going back, and we never went back. But I actually had a good time. We was there for 4 days, and we stayed in Manhattan because we were scared to stay anywhere else. But yeah, it was a good experience. And I actually haven't been back since. That's so crazy. And I used to be a flight attendant. Like I never used to fly into New York. Like, not really. Only a few times. But like just getting out and actually like seeing the city, only once did I do that. I once dreamed after my BFF moved. Oh, people confronting me in real life bullies, and I felt like it was so real. Dang. Yeah, I can see how stuff like that feel real. I'm gonna finish the last of these comments, and then I'm gonna get off of here, y'all, because I'm getting sleepy. I can feel my throat going out, like I've been talking too long. I always wake up right before whatever's trying to kill me now. Yeah, that happens to me too. Now I have absolutely died in my dreams many times, but most of the time I always wake up in time. Yep, I do too. The ones who be successful are more of an artist. Now it's a fortune. What? I think Carmel always urged me to do see places like Rome and Italy in general. I would love to see Rome. Mesa Airlines. I don't even know if they. Let me look this up. Is Mesa Airlines even still an airline? Based out of Arizona. This was back in 2007. So yeah, it is. Yep. It's still up. Yep. Hold on, $110,000 sign-on bonus for who? Oh, that's a captain. I was gonna say, maybe I need to be a flight attendant again. That's for captains or pilots or whatever. But yeah, I was with them. The training was like, I want to say like 3 months, and then I worked for them like another 6 months after that, and that was it. So it was less than a year, and I didn't care for it. It was okay. And to be honest, the training was a lot more fun than the actual job, which might sound crazy, but it was. Oh yeah, I remember Grease. Oh, another movie, Dirty Dancing. That just made me think of Dirty Dancing. That's another movie I could watch over and over and over again. And The Temptations. For y'all who know about The Temptations. That's another movie I can watch over and over again. Delta. Yep. And a lot of the people that started out at Mesa Airlines that I graduated with went to work for Delta. Because Delta was like paying way more money and all that. I didn't switch over. I just left the industry altogether because it was too much. It was a bit much for me. The only reason why I ever did it was so that I could have free flights. Because I used to model back then. And I used to want to have access to free flights. So if anything ever came up, I could just hop on a plane for free and go wherever I needed to go. That's the reason why. But it didn't last long because I was like, I don't like the working conditions. You got to work your way up with seniority, and it was a hot mess. But some people loved it. So, it's just not for everybody. But yeah, Dirty Dancing is my movie. I just saw a video not too long ago of some little kid. It was a little white boy, and I think he was probably like 9 or something. I don't know how old he was. I can't remember. But he had memorized the entire dance to Dirty Dancing, that part at the end before it went off. And I was like, this is the cutest shit I ever seen ever. Like, he had every move down. And he was on key, on beat and everything. It was the cutest thing ever. Wait, what's that? Oh, The Time of My Life. Is that what you said? I'm like, wait, what is this? Okay, so don't get me to singing. My voice is cracking. But go ahead and finish. Y'all ain't gonna finish. There we go. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's my shit right there. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't mind watching that this weekend. Okay, it has been fun. Thank you for that. Hypno 1018. Okay, yeah, I said I'm not doing 6 hours. So look, it's been 4 hours and 33 minutes. It's been great. I want to go live again really soon. But yeah, like I said before, I really want us to like talk about certain stuff. So like when I come to lives, I'll have like a topic. And then I actually want to do call-ins too. But the video chat wasn't so bad. I mean, did y'all think the video I guess that went well, right? Oh, thank you, Adams. Thank you for that. When I first came in tonight, I was thinking, or earlier today, I was thinking I'm gonna try to do the whole call-in thing. But this was my first time doing the just send you guys the link and you guys come up. Maybe I might need to do that. What y'all think? The next time. And I don't want y'all to be scared to come up when we're talking about some serious stuff. Oh, thank you. Oh, wait. To be the boss. What is that? Well, you just be saying random stuff. What you be talking about? Okay, it's nice catching your eyes. Thank you. All right, y'all. I'm finna log out because I gotta go take me a shower and wash my face and the whole little night routine. And I am so tired. And really, I want to just go crash, but I can't. Because every time I fall asleep in my makeup, I always break out. So I've been trying to stick to my nightly routine. It'd be hard some days, but thank you. Thank you, Spirit. Oh, is that you in the profile? Okay, Hunty. All right. Well, aren't you cute? Dang, this live flew by, didn't it? It don't feel like 4.5 hours. It really don't. But I was like, I didn't look. Tonight I told myself 2 hours. Look at that. But it's cool because I enjoyed it. I like talking to y'all. So she said it went well. Ashley said, I enjoy your lives. Thank you so much. Rain said, great show, cuz. Thank you. Hypno said, night, y'all. Good night, ladies. Minka. Celine says, have a good night, Sovereign Woman in chat. Thank you, Celine. That's me. It's India. That's not me. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, boom chicka wow wow. Is that what they used to say? When you see like a pretty woman that's like stacked to the nines. Okay. She said that was interesting. Thank you. I'm working on my weight loss for summer. I'm so young, so I can drop it fast. Yes, honey. And as you get older, it get harder for it to come off. So stay in the habit of just working out, even if it's a couple days a week. Just keep it up. The more you do it, the more it become a habit. As you get older, it get harder. So you're still young. But yep, just keep consistent. And it's hard. It's coming from somebody who tried my best to be consistent. I want to work out every day, but I always only end up working out like once or twice a week, which is better than nothing. But I know the more you do it and, the more consistent you are. So good luck on your summer goals, because you will get there, whatever you're trying to do, and you will. Rain said 100. What you talking about? What's 100? I don't see many people doing call-ins, maybe because of the technical stuff. I know. I thought about that. That was my fear. Because I'm like, what if, and I was going to try it out. And I'm like, whatever mistakes I make, I'll figure it out. And sometimes you just got to jump in and do stuff and then learn from it. And that's how things ain't going to be perfect. But I'm glad you said that, because I thought about that. So maybe I might just stick to this. I don't know. If people want to cam up, they can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. You know what I mean? So I think if it went well, then I'll just keep doing that for a while. So I won't worry about the call-in. Paris said, really enjoyed the live tonight. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good night, Sovereign. Good night, chat. Yes. All right. I'm going to click end. I love you guys. And I'll be back soon. I know I'm getting my schedule together. So bear with me. Get my schedule together. And I'm going to pick a day out the week where I'm going to upload. And I'm going to pick a day out the week where I'm going to go live. So then I'll stick to my schedule. So bear with me. And we're going to be talking about some important stuff. Sweet dreams, sisters. It's been fun with y'all. Yes, you too. I really do like your profile picture. Melanin profile picture. Wish y'all a good night. Take care, B. You know what reigns control? You kind of funny. I might almost kind of like you, but I don't know. I'm gonna keep that to myself. All right, y'all. I'm finna click out. Good night.